to gain insights from these influential figures, including Mr. Bruce James, president of MVP Track Club, Mr. QBC Gobe, athlete representative for just about 5 decades, Mr. Maurice Wilson, principal of GC Foster College and head coach for Sprintec Track Club, Mr. Brandon Rodney, an adjunct lecturer and Canadian Olympic sprinter, and Mr. Andrew Richardson, former West Indian cricketer. Link Up Online is the official online host for the event. Visit www.linkup.online/GCFoster to register. Don't miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to learn from the best. See you there in person or online. Get ready for 2 electrifying days dedicated to the state of sports in Jamaica. Join us on Wednesday, January 24th and Thursday, January 25th, 2024 at the GC Foster College campus in Angels, Spanish Town as Olympic legends, industry titans, and academic minds converge at the 4th edition of the GC Foster College Sports Heritage Symposium, Health Fair, and Career Expo. This unprecedented event features a lineup of over 25 distinguished keynote speakers who are trailblazers in their respective fields. Day 1 kicks off with Dr. Nelson Christian Stokes, founder and executive chairman of NCS Enterprises and a 4-time Olympian with the Jamaica bobsleigh team.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the national anthem. After which I ask you to remain standing as Reverend Luke Shaw comes to do the opening prayer.
Let us pray. Creator God, you are God who created all good things. All good things in this world which serve for the good of humanity, for our enrichment, enablement, and empowerment. We thank you for this institution, the G.C. Foster College of Physical Education and Sport. We thank you for opportunities like these which serve to showcase the contribution of the college and its heritage to this nation and to the world. We commend to you today, God, this Sports Heritage Symposium and Health Fair Career Expo. We pray that over the next 2 days, that it will truly serve to empower us and enrich us, that in all the areas of sport, we may acknowledge how it contributes to nation building and to continue to put Jamaica on the map as a source of inspiration for people all over the world in how sports, science can change our lives. So we commend all things to you today, all the activities and everything which will be done, that in the end it will give you glory and make our lives better so that we can contribute to a nation in a more sustainable way. We pray this in Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you. You may be seated. Dr. Nelson Christian Stokes, Managing Director, NTS. Mr. Vishu Tola, Chairman of the Board of Governors, G.C. Foster College. Mr. Howard Isaacs, Deputy Dean and Principal of Monique Teachers College. Dr. Gary Wallace, Executive Director, Tourism Enhancement Fund. Dr. Peter Latchman, Professor in the Faculty of Health Movement Sciences at the Southern Connecticut University. Mr. Erwin Clare, CEO, Team Jamaica Bickle. Our hardworking principal, Mr. Maurice Wilson, principal of GC Foster College. Reverend Luke Shaw, college chaplain. Mrs. Jolette Russell, chairperson for the symposium committee at the GC Foster College. Other distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. I am excited this morning because it is the fourth staging of the GC Foster College Sports Heritage Symposium under the theme Unleashing the Potential, Physical Education and Sport, Health and Wellness for Sustainable Development. The success of Jamaican athletes on the international scene is well documented. However, the country in general has not capitalized on these successes. As a country, we need to change this narrative and begin to harness the great potential which sport and physical education can unleash, and unleash the potential to produce macro development. Of note, world sport grew by 5.2% last year, and the revenue they garnered was $512.12 billion US dollars. To put this in perspective, this is much more than Jamaica's GDP for last year. As such, we recognize the great potential that sport can have on a nation. And GC Foster College is leading the discussion and stands ready to provide guidance through strategic research programs and policies which will enhance and propel the drive to sustainable development, and hence this symposium. Over the next 2 days, ladies and gentlemen, I encourage you not just to participate in the various activities, but as James chapter 1 verse 2 reminds us and postulated, that we should not only be hearers, but doers as well. So let's start the transformation. Let's unleash the potential for sports in Jamaica. At this time, I invite Mrs. Jolette Russell to bring the overview. Put your hands together and make her welcome.
Mr. Vishu Tolan, Chairman of the GC Foster College of Physical Education and Sport, Board Chairman, and members of the Board, Mr. Howard Isaacs, Deputy Dean of the Teachers Colleges of Jamaica and Principal of Monique Teachers College, Dr. Carey Wallace, Executive Director of the Tourism Enhancement Fund, Dr. Nelson Christian Stokes, Executive Chairman of NCS Enterprise. We also extend our warm welcome to all invited guests, members of staff of the GC Foster College of Physical Education and Sport, students all. Welcome to the fourth edition of our Sports Heritage Symposium, Health and Wellness Fair. A very warm welcome. This year's symposium theme carries a heavy connotation, unleashing the potential of physical education and sport, health and wellness for national development. We are thrilled to bring together experts, researchers, and practitioners in the field of physical education and sport, health and wellness, to explore and discuss the vital role of these disciplines in contributing to national development. Therefore, our theme is not an idle one. Jamaica's remarkable sports heritage has had a profound impact on the global stage. And of course, the G.C. Foster College has been at the forefront of nurturing and developing world-class talent in physical education and sport. As we gather for this symposium, we aim to celebrate the college's significant contribution to these fields, while also exploring how physical education and sport can be leveraged to drive national development. Throughout this symposium, we will delve into discussions, presentations that focus on unleashing the potential of physical education and sport for national development. Our aim, therefore, is to facilitate knowledge sharing, collaboration, and networking opportunities that will foster and advance these fields in Jamaica and beyond. We believe that by harnessing the power of physical education and sport, we can contribute to the holistic development of our nation, Jamaica, and its people. We are excited to embark on this journey of exploration, and we look forward to valuable insights that emerge from our collective discussions. Together, let us unleash the potential of physical education and sport for the betterment of Jamaica, our nation. Thank you for your presence. We hope to have a host of persons coming to us today throughout the various sessions. Thank you. We hope that you will find this symposium both enlightening and inspiring. Have a wonderful information-filled day.
Thank you so much. Come on, man. Put your hands together for our hard-working chairperson, Ms. Russell. At this time, I invite our principal, Mr. Maurice Wilson, OD, to do his remarks. Put your hands together for our principal.
Good morning. Protocols would have been observed of me to express and to outline the powerful persons that are in the audience. Elsa Christian Stokes, Chairman, CEO of NSCS Enterprises. Deputy Dean Howard Isaacs, Principal of Moneague College, not Moneague Teachers College. Dr. Kerry Wallace, Executive Director of the Tourism Enhancement Fund. Chairman of our Board of Governors, Mr. Vishnu Tolan. Other board members in the audience, Mr. Erwin Clare, CEO of Team Jamaica Bickle, Professor Peter Latchman of Southern Connecticut University, Professor Neville Ying, Olympians, Diane Hemmings, our first gold medalist in the Caribbean, and that was in 1996. At the Olympics in Atlanta. Brendan Rodney, I'm also seeing Miss Vilma Charlton, Olympian, Miss Carol Beckford, CEO of the Business of Sport, Mr. Theodore Whitmore, one of Jamaica's greatest ever footballers and former national coach, Miss Oliver Rose, Dr. Oliver Rose, pardon me, sports psychologist, distinguished guests, teachers, lecturers, athletes, sports professionals, administrators, students, ladies and gentlemen, the media. I welcome you to the college's 4th symposium. The theme, Unleashing the Potential, Physical Education and Sports, Health and Wellness for Sustainable Development, is timely and relevant as it brings into focus the integral role of physical education and sport as key drivers to human development, the enhancement of health and wellness, and the fostering of holistic development for social and economic benefits. The symposium aims to bring together experts, researchers, educators, and practitioners in the field of physical education and sports to educate, facilitate meaningful discussions towards Jamaica's ambitious but achievable 2030 vision, as well as the wider vision of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. The 2024 symposium is expanded to include the introduction of a health and wellness fair. This is a brainchild of faculty members, Ms. Caroni Gregory and Mrs. Paulette Jones. The health fair is intended to showcase and educate the public on existing as locally developed health products and how we can take care of ourselves in this changing society. Health screening services will also be provided. In addition to the many sporting activities that the college hosts and collaborates with other institutions on, the college recognizes its responsibility to educate and to lead the way in sport development initiatives. It is our firm belief that G.C. Foster College, pioneers in the field of physical education and sport, came into being under divine intervention 44 years ago to develop the mind, the soul, the body of its students to become teachers, trainers, coaches, mentors, and leaders of our local and global community. G.C. Foster serves as the umbilical link and the driver for significant elements of Jamaica's 2030 vision and the United Nations Sustainable Goals. We continue to bring knowledge in the field of sports, education, and to make a difference consistent with Claire Fagan's view that knowledge will bring you opportunity to make a difference. As an institution, we do care about perception, but we also focus on output. We have expanded our programs to serve the emerging needs in wellness, sports massage, and fitness training. Our graduates serve as massage therapists all over the world. The examples are clear. Sean Keckle, who was here last week, he's the therapist for the fastest, and I shouldn't be saying this, but the fastest 100, 200 meters athlete in the world, Noel Lyles. And we have numerous other therapists that have served the world and served us locally. Our fitness trainers are in schools, hotels, gyms, and they also engage in private practice. Foster College of Physical Education and Sport stands firmly in its motto, a sound mind in a sound body. It is my hope and expectation that based on the discussions, the networking of ideas, the synthesis of various presentations and papers, applicable findings, conclusions and recommendations, the information will be distilled and reported to influence policy and the action, Mr. Carey Wallace. Best wishes to all on a productive conference as we partner to plant the seed of knowledge that will hopefully fall on good soil, germinate, and bear fruits of success. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sir Principal. Thank you so much, sir. At this time, we'll go into a series of remarks. The first will be done by Mr. Howard Isaacs, Deputy Dean, TCJ, and Principal for the Monique College. Second, we'll have Dr. Carey Wallace, Executive Director, Tourism Enhancement Fund.
Mr. Paul Parks, Chairman of this morning's function, our keynote speaker, Dr. Nelson Christian Stokes, other distinguished colleagues that are here in the room, ladies and gentlemen, students all, good morning. I'm here this morning to represent the Teachers Colleges of Jamaica. Our dean, unfortunately, is overseas, and he has asked me to share with this symposium this morning. It's a privilege for me to be here because GC Foster represents one of those institutions that would have had some impact on my life, because the principal, the current principal, was a student. We were students together at the best high school in Jamaica, and that is Ferncourt High School. It's an accepted fact. We have produced quite a number of persons. So today, I am honored to greet this distinguished gathering on behalf of the Teachers Colleges of Jamaica at the GC Foster of Physical Education and Sport Heritage Symposium under the theme, Unleashing the Potential, Physical Education and Sport, Health and Wellness for Sustainable Development. This symposium stands as a testament of your collective commitment to fostering a healthier and more sustainable future through the powerful avenues of physical education and sport. The theme of unleashing the potential encapsulates the boundless possibilities that arise when we harness the inherent energy and enthusiasm present in physical education and sports. These avenues serve as invaluable tools for promoting health and wellness, fostering social cohesion, and contributing to the sustainable development of our communities and, by extension, our country. In the context of college sports heritage, we must recognize the pivotal role educational institutions play in shaping the future. These institutions are not just the centers of academic excellence, but also of our nurturing grounds for holistic development. The legacy of college sports is deeply embedded in the spirit, discipline, and teamwork we see here this morning. As you explore and celebrate this heritage, be mindful of the responsibility you bear in passing on these values to the next generation. As you deliberate for the next 2 days, the Teachers Colleges of Jamaica, we are extremely proud of the relationship we have with the G.C. Foster College of Physical Education and Sport. We are proud of the work that you are doing, and we continue to support this college as it drives the way forward for physical education and sport across Jamaica and in fact across the world. As just stated by our Principal Wilson, this college is one of those institutions that is making more than just a contribution, but is impacting significantly education in Jamaica, but right across the world, it is making a difference. Therefore, on behalf of the Teachers Colleges of Jamaica, our Dean, Dr. Garth Anderson, our best wishes are with you as you celebrate the various achievements, as you participate in the discussions, and we look forward to our own involvement in bringing about and continuing the change and the development that we are seeing here at G.C. Foster. Have a wonderful symposium, and our blessings are with you as you participate in the activities for the next 2 days. God bless you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone, and especially to the royalty of academia that's here with us at GC Foster. It's good to be among such esteemed members that are carving the next generation of outstanding Jamaicans. I'm Kerry Wallace, Executive Director of the Tourism Enhancement Fund. I'm pleased to see our logo big on the poster. And of course, it's indicative of the commitment that we have made to the success of this symposium. The tourism here in Jamaica has a very far reach. It really involves the experience that any visitor has on the island. It really involves any impression that's created in the minds of a visitor from anywhere in the world when they think about Jamaica. And we know all too well the impressions that our sportsmen and sportswomen have created on the world stage. From the Quarries to the Bolts, Shelley and Frasers and so on. Just the amazing demonstration of not only physical prowess, but being great human beings. Now, I noticed on your label here, it says G.C. Foster College of Physical Education and Sports. As I was looking at it, I thought about all the other colleges and their academic education or technical education that they have. And as a social psychologist by training, I wanted to spend my few minutes up here on social education, because the opportunity for all you youngsters here today is to transform this nation by investing and spending your time and spending your energy in building out the social fabric of Jamaica. And let me explain why. Post-COVID, the fastest growing industry in the world fastest growing industry in the world is travel and tourism. Growing faster than oil, growing faster than banking, growing faster than wheat and corn and gold and diamond or every other industry. The fastest growing industry is tourism and travel. And what it means is that it will soon become the number one industry in the whole world, bigger than all those other industries. So when you think of successful industries, let's take oil. And we think about Saudi Arabia and those sheiks who happen to have the oil reserves and the kind of money they make. They own football clubs, Chelsea and all those things. They own palaces. They build skyscrapers. They build islands in the sea from the kind of money they have. I was reading the other day that one of them had a silver Audi. A silver Audi. Not a silver-colored Audi. They had that Audi made of silver. That's the kind of money they have and they flaunt. Now we are saying tourism is going to be a bigger industry than that. So we have to start focusing on which countries have the reservoirs of tourism assets. And I promise you, one of the top countries in the world is Jamaica, land we love. It's overly abundant. Thank you. Overly abundant with our natural assets. Beaches, rivers, waterfalls, mountain. Every year, Negril get in the top 10 best beaches in the world. Milk River right down there is the 4th most potent mineral spa in the world, out of 190 countries. Blue Mountain Coffee, one of the best in the world. Our turmeric, one of the richest in the world. Our black castor oil, the best in the world. Our cocoa, one of the richest in the world. Kingston Harbor, 7th largest natural harbor in the world. Dunn's River, the number one attraction in the entire Caribbean. Do you know how many mountains Cayman has? Or Turks and Caicos? 0. Not even one mountain. How many mountains does Jamaica have? No wonder when our first visitor came, Christopher Columbus, our first cruise visitor, his words were, having traveled to so many countries, when he saw Jamaica, he said, it's the fairest isle the eyes of man has ever beheld. We should have noticed from then, you know. Errol Flynn, big movie star in the 60s, world renowned. When he came to Jamaica, he said, now I know where the Bible got their description of paradise. Martin Luther King Jr., when he came, he said, when I come to Jamaica, I feel like a human being. The character that Whoopi Goldberg played at in House Till I Got Her Groove Back. When she came to Jamaica, she took a deep breath and she said, God is here. And that's just boasting about our natural assets. But when we come on to our cultural assets, we bat even bigger on a global stage. Last night, we had the premiere of the Bob Marley movie, One Love. The Prince Harry and Meghan flew out to Jamaica to come here to be amongst us to see that movie, the premiere. I tell you, we are so big as a brand in this planet that none of us should be poor in this country. None of us, based on the value of what we have on a global level. In fact, with all those tourism assets, when we do our exit surveys and we ask our visitors at the airport, what is the number one thing you liked about Jamaica? You know what that answer is? The people. You. It's us. It's the people that is the number one asset. Even though we have all those outstanding things already. So what is in our way for us being wealthy? Us owning silver Audis? Or maybe not all of us owning silver Audi, but living the quality of life that we deserve. It is a lack of that social fabric that I speak about. The cohesion, the collaboration, the support of each other, the facilitation of each other, the togetherness, the peace that allows growth and prosperity. And I know as athletes, you have to have the discipline to focus on yourselves and to train and to be the best on your own. But what Jamaica needs most, still do that, but make sure you also invest right now, plant a seed in your heart that you are going to lift up a community as well. When our national heroes, most of them are freedom fighters. They are warriors, fighters. Nane, Sam Sharp, they burned down Cane Fields. Rightly so, because during that time, we had an oppressive regime. So of course you lick out and you burn down courthouses and you fight against it. Today, we have Jamaican government, Jamaican soldiers, Jamaican police, Jamaican teachers. It's all Jamaican. But too much conditioning in our minds is to see each other as different rather than see each other as the same and one unit. We see PNP, JLP, Uptown, Downtown, Rasta Ballhead, KCJC. We find every reason, every poison that had been placed by our former colonialists in our minds as a powerful people, that if we banded together, slavery wouldn't last a nanosecond. There were more slaves than colonialists in Jamaica during slavery. We were 6-1. In the US, it was more whites, more Europeans to slaves. In fact, they call slaves in the US the minority. They still call black people minority today in the US. So they could have that oppressive regime by sheer numbers. In Jamaica, it was different. We outnumbered them. So it was a mental conditioning of dividing us to make us fight each other that made them strong and the minority could rule. It's time now for us to wake up, see each other as a brother that we need to help to uplift so that we can convert this gold mine that we're sitting on, this opportunity for wealth for all of us here in Jamaica. I know it probably wasn't the remarks you were expecting, but it's a passion. I really believe we're at the cusp of something great in Jamaica. We had milestones in our history: emancipation from slavery, independence from Britain. We had other milestones. I really believe in the year 2024, we are at the cusp of a great transformation of this blessed country of ours. And I ask that you join me, join each other. Be your brother's keeper. Be not warriors like our past heroes, but encouragers, supporters, peacemakers, facilitators, uplifters. And I promise you, we will have that change that we deserve. Thank you.
I have to say amen. And at this time, we'll now call the altar call for those who need repentance. Well done, sir. I was caught between two opinions, whether to call altar call or to just sing, emancipate yourselves from mental slavery. None but ourselves can free our minds. Amen. I leave that. Coming now to continuing the remarks is Chairman of the Board of Governors, Mr. Vishu Toulon. This will be followed by, I'm going to ask the dance group to get yourselves ready. Immediately after Mr. Toulon, we'll have the dance performance.
Thank you, Mr. Master of Ceremonies. All protocols observed. However, I'd like to make a little difference. Can I ask all the Olympians who are present, all the persons who have assisted the Olympians, that would be the coaches, massage therapists, administrators, please stand so you can be acknowledged. All Olympians, all the attendants, coaches, therapists, administrators, please stand. Come on, guys, there's a lot more Olympians here. Coaches, no? I'm surprised. I was expecting to see more. We have an Olympian behind us here also, our guest speaker. And I'm standing, I was the chef de mission for the 2016 Olympics. But I want to acknowledge today, in one place, we have some great sports practitioners along with some great academias. Nowhere else will you see this. Some of the best sports practitioners, not only in track and field, because GC Foster is not track and field only, and also academia. So, welcome everyone, and all protocols established. Mr. Master of Ceremony, Mr. Parks, allow at the outset my remarks to commend the GC Foster College Research Department in spearheading the organizations and execution of the 4th edition of the college's Sport Heritage Symposium. Consistent with its mission and strategic objectives, GC Foster College, categorized as an advanced specialist higher education institution. And this was done and confirmed last year, 2023, and approved by JTEC. Has brought together the cream of Jamaica's educators, practitioners, researchers, administrators to share best practices and research findings around physical education, sports, and health and wellness. Of note is that a large percentage of the presenters from GC Foster College will share their research and best practices in targeted areas. I am particularly pleased to bring you greetings in my capacity as chairman of the college's Board of Management, where I'd like to recognize Mr. Bagaloo and Ms. Dr. Nelson as members of the board present. Are there any other board members? Not sure. Oh, Floret is here now, Blackwood. Welcome. The college is currently well advanced in the implementation of its 5-year strategic plan based on 9 strategic pillars. And I promise I will not go through the 9 of them. Let me just share a few facts about GC Foster College. The institution has produced numerous school administrators who have served with distinction on the educational landscape, coupled with 80% of schools that participate in the Boys and Girls Champs, having a GC Foster College trained coach or teacher. Think about that. Boys Girls Champs, which is one of the highest standards that we use, along with Manning Cup, along with Edley Cup, etc., and netball. 80% of the coaches in these high schools and other schools have coaches trained or who came from GC Foster College. Did you know that there are 6 coaches, graduates of GC Foster College, who are working at Edwin Allen High School as coaches? Edwin Allen, no wonder they have been winning girls' champs for so many years. And at KC, the leading coach, Mr. Grant, is a graduate of GC Foster College. Add to this, in the Cornwall County, all the coaches, comprising 29 schools, parishes of Westmoreland, Hanover, St. James, Trelawney, St. Elizabeth, are graduates of GC Foster College. It is very interesting to note as well that there are about 68, I don't want to really use the word lesser known schools, like Green Island, St. Thomas Technical, Tatius Golding, etc., who are doing extremely well in ISA sporting events due to the significant positive effect of GC Foster College coaches. This is no coincidence. The coaching from GC Foster College is moving these schools to places that is turning heads in the sporting fraternity. Let me just reflect on last weekend development meet at Calabar High School. Of course, we have some great alumni here from Calabar, and not from Ferncourt, but Calabar. Our guest speaker and myself are Calabar graduates, along with others, but just to let you know. But on Saturday, a Class 2 boy ran 46.72. Am I correct, Coach? Coached, listen to this, by our own Donald Orthon from GC Foster College. So early in the season, 46.72, Class 2, doing better than Christopher Taylor did when he was in his prime. The institution is currently implementing its 5-year strategic plan in the following areas: executing strategic plans in quality assurance, governance, enhancement of physical infrastructure, capacity building, research production, etc., to upgrade, to qualify for university status. Let me just repeat this for everyone. Our 5-year plan includes moving GC Foster College from college to university. Think about it. Just last year, we were approved by UCJ to administer our own degree granting courses, approved, sanctioned, done by this college. So the college is now offering degree courses that are sanctioned by us. We do no longer have to go to UCJ. Major achievement. So we are not only into sports, but academia. Second one is diversifying its program offerings to meet the needs of its local and international stakeholders. 3, we continue to develop and deploy competent physical education teachers and technical coaches in the field of physical education and sport. And we go on and on and on. Not to make this remark too lengthy, Martin Luther stated, "I have a dream." And we at GC Foster College have a dream that one day most Jamaicans will see GC Foster College as the premier physical education and sports college stroke university with institutional accreditation status and charter to grant degrees in a diversity of academic programs to meet the local and global needs. As Anatole France said, to accomplish great things, we must not only act, but also dream. Not only plan, but also believe. We at GC Foster College are believers. And I couldn't close without pointing over to that side of the campus with the swimming pool, which a lot of us have been looking at for the last 43 years. I'd like to inform all of us that the college has embarked on rehabilitating the swimming pool, and we have taken some significant steps. If I'm correct, Principal, if we go outside, we'll see some equipment. A company is drilling, doing geotech work. So the college has submitted to the government a proposal for the rehabilitation of the swimming pool. We have actually gotten approval. What we submitted was a concept paper, concept proposal. And so it went to the Public Investment Appraisal Branch, which is popularly called the PIAB, who has approved the concept of our swimming pool being rehabilitated. That's the first step. Not only that, they also approve some levels of expenditure for us to go further. There are other requirements. They wanted a structural engineering report on the current structure. They needed a geotechnical report on the complex, and that has been done, or is currently being done. The cost of this rehabilitation, and this is why we have to get government expenditure, is close to $250 million. GC Foster, as I said, we must dream, we must think big. We have some of the best practitioners, track and field, netball, cricket, volleyball. I can name the sports. But we also have Mr. Daly, some of the best swimming coaches. What distinguishes GC Foster College from all other teaching institutions, and I dare anyone to contradict me as the chairman, is that our practitioners of the sport are our lecturers. That makes a big difference. We lecture both from the theoretical side, academia, but we are also practitioners. So most of our lecturers are involved in the sports themselves. And so the swimming pool, I will say to all of us, may be a dream, but it will come true. And we are well on our way. The project has been endorsed by the Ministry of Education, the minister herself, and also the Ministry of Sports. So I'd like to leave that with you. Thank you all very much for participating, and welcome to GC Foster College 4th Symposium.
Thank you so much, Mr. Toulon. We have been listening to various presentations, and at this time you will be entertained by the GC Foster College Combined Movement Group. Put your hands together and receive them.
I must confess, your body very offensive. It is scatter my defense, defense yo. I must confess, your body not my objective. It is giving me problems, yeah. My darling, would you fly with me international? You go there with me for flight. Honey, would you stay with me? As I know no man, you go there with me for life. Honey, cause it Philippe, she dey do me magic. Girl, your body na ekelepe. My head it dey slow like traffic. This your body, oh, it dey high like palm, oh. Oh my lady, oh, don't go do me con yo. If na face you be Rihanna, and your body na palapa, wala. I want day with you, ASAP. I must confess, your body very offensive. They scatter my defense, yo. I must confess, your body not my objective. They giving me problems, yeah. My darling, would you fly with me international? You go there with me for flight. Honey, would you stay with me? As I know no man, you go there with me for life. Honey,
Thank you so much. Always refreshing to see our young people expressing themselves in art forms. I now invite Ms. Swaveen Miller to introduce for us our guest speaker.
Pleasant morning to all. Our keynote speaker, Order of Distinction and former Olympian, is the founder and executive chairman of NCS Enterprises, a group of companies focusing on financial services, thought leadership, and sports administration. Under the NCS Financial Services Group, he offers fintech-powered alternative banking services to the unbanked and underbanked. With the goal of financial empowerment, capital formation, and economic mobility. The group, which consists of 2 money services companies, a loan company, and an operating company, is among the leading fintech businesses in the Northern Caribbean. He is an adjunct consultant with the University of West Indies Mona School of Business Professional Services Unit and does team building, change management, and leadership training for corporations worldwide. He is active as an economic policy advisor to governments and public sectors bodies in the Caribbean and has delivered high-impact keynote speeches to a wide variety of corporate audiences worldwide. A public intellectual, he writes about and comments on social economic issues for leading news outlets within the Caribbean. He was awarded the Order of Distinction, Officer Class, Jamaica's 6th highest national honor, by the government of Jamaica for his contribution to the development of sport. He is the chair of the World Olympians Association's Awards Commission, chair of the Caribbean Association of National Olympic Committee's Marketing Commission, a member of the International Bobsleigh and Skeleton Federation's Audit Committee. He serves as director of the following regional institutions: the G.C. Foster College of Physical Education and Sport, the region's leading sports college, Monroe College Board of Governors, and the Mount Pleasant Football Academy. He is a 4-time Olympian as a member of the Jamaica bobsleigh team and has played a key role as both athlete and administrator in establishing Jamaica bobsleigh as leading though unlikely competitor in the sport, with multiple Olympic qualifications and medal placements at international competitions. He is currently chairman and CEO of the Jamaica Bobsleigh and Skeleton Federation. His book, Cool Runnings and Beyond, the story of the Jamaican bobsleigh team, is the definitive story of his renowned Jamaican brand. Immediately before starting his own group of companies, he held the position of General Manager, International Business Division at National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Limited. Prior to joining NCB, he held the post of Senior Vice President, Business Development at the Victoria Mutual Building Society. His PhD is in Economic Development Policy from the University of the West Indies and MBA in Finance from Washington State University, a Bachelor of Science in Finance from the University of Idaho, and a postgraduate diploma in banking from Stonier Graduate School of Banking. He is fluent in Spanish and is certified at the advanced level in Spanish by the Instituto Cervantes, Madrid, Spain. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you no other than Dr. Nelson Christian Stokes.
Hello. Whoa. So that's another big learning for me. I spent the entire pandemic in meetings on mute. I don't know if anybody else has done that. And I've also learned that it's helpful when you're making a speech to turn on the mic. I hope you're rested. It's going to get a little involved, and I'm going to give you 3 reasons for that. The first is, there's a saying that you should not invite a pastor to pray. I'd like to add to that, you should not invite the son of a pastor to give a keynote address, because you might be here for a long time. That's the first thing. The second thing, in the Lord of the Rings, the Ents. I don't know if you folks here are familiar with Lord of the Rings. The Ents took a long time to speak, and their rationale was, if something is worth saying, it's worth taking a long time to say. And I believe I have a lot of things worth saying this morning. And the third is I'm an economist. And I'll just give you this story before I start. So 3 economists are stranded on this island, right? But they find a can of beans, and they're hungry, so they want to open the can of beans. So there's a physicist, there's an engineer, mechanical engineer, and there's an economist. 3 different folks. The physicist says, that's easy. Leave it in the sun, it will heat up, explode, and we can get to eat the beans. The mechanical engineer says, no, that's not going to work. What we want to do is to drop a stone on it that will create the pressure, burst it open, and we'll all get to eat. The economist said, you're all such fools. Let us just assume that the can is open and proceed from there. So, please take what I have to say with that in mind. I want to hold this. I want to begin by saying that all protocols observed, but you will allow me to pay respects to Vishu Tola and other directors whom I work with. Morris Wilson, outstanding principal of the school, presenters, guest students, and all other distinguished guests here. You'd allow me, I saw Carol Beckford. I want to recognize her outstanding Jamaican. My dear friend Raymond Anderson, another outstanding Jamaican. And my how do I describe you, Erwin? We go back a long time. And he's an outstanding citizen and a patriot, and the country does not work without him. Now, I am grateful for the opportunity to be here with you this morning at the 4th edition of the Sport Heritage Symposium. Congratulations, first of all, to the G.C. Foster College of Physical Education and Sport for having the vision and determination to stage this symposium to the benefit of students and stakeholders across the region. As we shed our post-colonial notions of education and opportunity and achievement, and begin to embrace ourselves, to see our own values, and to understand that culturally and in sport, others wish to be like us more than we wish to be like them. It is my hope that collectively we embrace sport, and I say this because my grandmother used to ask me, when are you getting out of this foolishness in sport and get a job? Right? That we embrace sport as part of our national character and give credence to the pursuit of sport as an athlete, coach, teacher, researcher, administrator, or investor with the respect that it deserves from ourselves and that is so freely given by others outside of Jamaica. We must at last embrace the value of what the late Jamaican sports journalist Raymond Sharp called the potency and the potential of Jamaican athleticism. In this new paradigm of national self-acceptance, the G.C. Foster College of Physical Education and Sport must now move from the periphery and towards the seeded lanes of choice for our young men and women as preparation for a career in sport. Symposia such as this and are important cornerstone in achieving such a preferred position of choice. Respect, after all, is earned, not bestowed. Again, a tip of the hat to the college for its initiative in this order. I will divide my talk today into 2 separate but related categories. I will first share my thoughts on the major theme of the symposium, unleashing the potential physical education, sport, health, and wellness for sustainable development. Then I will turn my attention to the title of one of the sessions today, which is the role of policy and governance in physical education, and sport. Now, as an economist, I feel as we talk about development that we should parse it a little bit. There's national development, how a country develops, and there are a number of measures for that, including poverty, inequality, the capacity of our people, how we treat our environment, how well the economy is doing, how well is our financial markets, transportation systems, and so on. Do we have global links in trade, remittances, tourism, and migration? That is fine. I will focus on economic development, which betrays my conviction that it is, at the end of the day, the quality of choices that we make in the allocation of scarce resources amongst multiple demands that has determined our present and will determine our future. Without getting too precise, there are three main drivers of economic development: capital accumulation, labor productivity, and technological advantage. The accumulation of capital and technological advancement, as things now stand, depend to a large extent on attracting foreign direct investment and the technology transfer from other domains. It is in the area of increases in labor output or productivity or human capital that we have here without outside support are in a position to directly and meaningfully impact. After all, central to human capital development in any economy is human capital development is essential to economic development. G.C. Foster College, whichever version of it, G.C. Foster College of Physical Education or Sport, or as my friends that came here said, Foster College, however you want to call it, has a role to play in that. To be sure, there are headwinds, and let me mention a few here, and teachers, administrators, and students need to be very clear on these things. First is the matter of the horse starving while the grass is growing, meaning to say, education is important to economic development, both at the national macro level and at the individual micro level. Yet, the ability to cover the cost of this education is inhibited by the same dire economic circumstances it is intended to solve. Put plainly, students cannot afford to pay in viable numbers what the college would need to charge to operate properly and fulfill its mission. I was wondering if I was going to get an amen from the chairman, but I see it. The general level of education in the country is the other thing. Professor Orlando Patterson has added his highly regarded voice to the calls for reshaping Jamaica's educational system, while detailing its sorry state in his role as chairman of the Jamaica Education Transformation Commission. The report lays bare before us the bane of the malaise which deeply infests our educational system, and which is a ghastly dereliction of duty on the part of the state and borders on child abuse. I understand why our slave masters would not want to teach us to read and to write and to do sums. I do not understand why we would do the same to ourselves. Nothing is wrong with our children. Given the opportunity, they can learn and learn very well. It is the country that has failed them. I am reminded of Shakespeare's play Julius Caesar, where Cassius admonishes Brutus, "The fault, dear Brutus, is not in the stars, but in ourselves." The last on this point is the labor market. You can't find job and all kinds of things. But here's the reality. The fact is that 700,000 Jamaicans able to work remain outside the labor force, even as there are growing calls for the importation of labor. This requires understanding and intervention of its own. It is related to the level, I believe, of small business and the hustler entrepreneurship in our economy, which is another, like sports, we have not given its due respect. But I would not want to explore that fully here. My immediate concerns are the trends in the population. You people are young. There was a time in Jamaica where we would talk about 2 is too many. Is that it? 2 is too many. Here's where we are in Jamaica now. And remember, we need people to grow the economy. The birth rate in Jamaica has declined every year from 2020 to 2023, perhaps longer. Taken to its limit, there will be nobody living in Jamaica in a few decades. This problem is not unique to us. Current estimates suggest that at its current birth rate, the Chinese population of 1 billion people will be halved by the year 2100. Many factors drive this trend, which is only compounded by the persistent migration of our trained persons. And our esteemed chairman talked about GC Foster populating schools here. They populate schools all over the United States as well, Chairman. And I know Mr. Clear is pleased with that, but it is a productivity issue for us. Therefore, for the strategy of driving growth with human capital development to work, we must have persons who are well educated, willing to work, and persons who live in Jamaica. What does this mean for us? Let me share, at risk of boring many here, the story of the starfish on the beach, a story my mother told me. The story goes that 2 friends were walking on a beach one morning, unlike other mornings when they immerse themselves in the sound and the waves and the feel of the sand beneath their feet. This time, they were set aghast to see the beach covered in starfish, washed by mysterious biological processes. And of course, Dr. Kerry, that would be a beach in Jamaica, since we do have the best beaches. Just to underline that particular point. The beach was littered in starfish, but the friends walked anyway, finding a clearing of sand here and there for their next step where they could make it. Without warning, one friend started to take up starfish, one at a time, and throw them into the water. Overcome with incredulity and a sense of futility, the other friend asked, "Why are you doing that? It's a waste of time. You can't save them all. Let's just enjoy the walk. What are you doing? What you are doing will not make a difference." At which point, his determined friend took up another starfish, showed it to his bemused companion, threw the creature back into the water, and said, "It made a difference to that one." Now, we here cannot save all, but we can save one, and then another, and another. GC Foster, its administrators and teachers can do that. To quote Thomas Carlyle, our main task is not to see what lies dimly in the distance, but to do what lies clearly at hand. Among the things which lie clearly at hand is the need to develop a wider range of economically viable pathways for students so that you can make a living from sport in Jamaica. We can prepare coaches and we can prepare teachers. Those can always be improved, but our ability to deliver in these spheres is well and clearly established. What I would want to encourage is a rethink around the business models of sports associations and teams. We are familiar with coaches and teachers being paid as a job, and coaches and administrators being paid for earnings from their athletes, particularly in track and field. And Coach Wilson, I'm hoping you can confirm that you do make a lot of money from coach. You're not willing to do that? I will take that as a yes, sir. All right. There are 2 approaches I am involved in which are of interest to me and which I trust will stimulate thought, discussion, and development. and I'm looking at the students here, and please engage your mind with me in this process. Do not think that you're here to pass the course and get a job. Jamaica needs your mental capacity, your imagination, your problem-solving skills. It's not put on the uniform, go to class, pass the exam, hopefully by studying, and then getting a job. We need your intellect to address the nation's problems. First, as director of the Mount Pleasant Academy, I believe the initiative to develop a business model around the education, football development, exposure, and sale of players at scale, informed by what we have seen with Bibi Gardner, Harborview as a young player, through the Phoenix Academy and others, as a few examples, is a good thing for the country that needs to be embraced and replicated. It is not a perfect system, however. There are many business problems to be solved in this model. How do you choose players to invest in? How do you fund the investment? How do you treat players who don't get professional contracts? What are appropriate legal arrangements for minors, especially as it regards locking in any future return on investment? Graduates from this institution should be wrestling with issues of this nature. Second, the 2034 Olympic Winter Games will be in Park City, Utah in the US. One of the home tracks of the Jamaica bobsleigh team in a sport where familiarity with the track yields big dividends. And we have seen again in the recently concluded Youth Olympic Games that home track advantage matters. As the Jamaica Bobsleigh and Skeleton Federation is detailing a plan for a podium finish in 2024, interesting options have come up when considering how to fund the endeavor. A basic program for a bobsleigh team costs about $250,000 a season, which we fund largely through sponsorships. And thank you again, Mr. Teff Kirill. It's a private interaction. But he does, he sponsors many things, yes. Now, maybe, but the truth is to go to where we want to be, we're going to require $1.5 to $2 million annually. Now, I would venture to say there are not many sports associations in Jamaica that can raise $250,000 annually. And even fewer, probably one or two, that can raise $1.5 to $2 million. This is an interesting problem for young minds to apply themselves to. By way of hint, the answer is not to give a stretched hand to the government or the SDF. I can save you that problem. It will not happen at the amounts that you need to be competitive internationally. Innovative structures must be developed. One such structure I'm in discussion with a venture capital model where investors in the 2034 plan would retain rights to monetizing opportunities created from a podium finish. The structure is not complex, but the details are many and the willing investors are few. I do not present these ideas as solutions, but as approaches to consider and as an impetus to bring in the full power of the nation's sport intellect resident here to bear on addressing the challenging sports business problems, often with no proven playbook for resolution. That is to say, we have to create our own solutions. My challenge is for students here in these halls to take the lead on this. Let me now move to the role of policy, governance in physical education and sport. In business terms, policy is closely related to strategy. Strategy may be either intended or emergent. I put it to you that the incredible successes we have seen in Jamaican sport, not just track and field, but hockey, gymnastics, aquatic sports, netball, rugby, lacrosse, volleyball, and of course bobsleigh, to name a few, is more emergent than derived from a top-down national policy. The success is built on the backs of and concretized with the sweat of vast numbers of volunteers operating locally in their communities out of love for their sport. The country's success is from the bottom up, not the top down. This is not a criticism. Individuals acting in their own self-interest or what interests them is a much more productive and efficient economic model than grand central plans passed down in thick binders. The Gleaner of January 10, 2024 carried an article entitled Grand Cost of Gala, in which Dr. Sonja Stanley Nia, Cultural Studies lecturer at the University of the West Indies, made a point in culture which is equally applicable to sport, and I want you to hear her out. She said, as a country with relatively few resources invested in cultural work, cultural preservation, cultural infrastructure, cultural events, Jamaica is globally recognized as a cultural superpower. Stanley Nia said, with relatively low investment in culture, this status was achieved on the backs of ordinary Jamaicans who have been the vessels carrying cultural assets and memories for generations. Case in point, Bob Marley. Of course, when his movie comes out, all the politicians dress up and go to the premiere. But let me not digress. While I laud the volunteer spirit, I would also like to stress the importance of professionalizing sport administration. The idea, for example, of a general secretary, Raymond, follow me, being paid and paid well and held to delivering results should not be offensive and should be another viable pathway for graduates of this institution. Volunteering is essential to existence, but professionalism is essential to excellence. I hoped myself as we received visits from Trinidad and Tobago officials, keen on learning the policy and planning structures that have driven Jamaica's sporting success, that someone would be gracious enough to point out to them that the secret sauce is in a national psyche, chiseled from our experiences. We are from Norman Manley. I don't know if people know that Norman Manley was an outstanding schoolboy sprinter. I hope that is not lost on, right? Outstanding schoolboy sprinter. Okay. Wins, McKinley, Roden, Carr, and if you don't know who those are, we have another class that we need to set up, Mr. Principal. G.C. Foster, the man himself, to current high performance. I'm getting a feedback now. Okay. To current national high performance, there has never, and follow me on this, there has never been daylight between sporting success and the national identity for a Jamaican. The Jamaican living in England in 1948 had his personhood validated because a Jamaican was on the podium at the Olympics. That has been part of our national character for decades. Our minds and self are different and unique. And when that different mind is taken to a widely practiced task, the results will consistently be outstanding. While we can learn from each other, we must each do the work of finding our own path based on our own collective minds. Having said that, I believe that policy at the government level and governance at the organizational level are important to becoming our best. As it relates to government policy, an updated national sports policy, Mr. Chairman, and updating of the Vision 30 sports sector plan are overdue. I would also suggest that the National Sports Council be revisited and work with both the vision and policy implementation to add intentional action to organic effort. If I were not my father's son, I would end my speech here, but I am his son, so I'm going to touch on governance and elections. Let me now move from policy to good governance at the sporting level. It is a talk all by itself, but prompted by the JFF elections or lack of elections, let me suggest some basic principles. Before I go further, allow me to point out that Jamaica has a long, if checkered, history as a liberal democracy featuring elections and the peaceful transfer of state power. This should not be taken for granted, as we have seen and are likely to see again in the United States of America. We may be duly proud of this. Not every election was seen as free and fair, giving rise to an arrangement between political parties that saw the establishment of the Electoral Commission of Jamaica in 2006, subsequent to the Electoral Advisory Committee, which was formed in 1979. The Electoral Commission describes itself as a permanent, independent, and autonomous authority that reports directly to Parliament, with the objective of safeguarding the democratic foundations of Jamaica by enabling elections to elect through free and fair elections their representatives to govern Jamaica. This commission has worked well, which is not to say that it has worked perfectly. I have been in a few sport body elections. Some I have lost and been disheartened. Others I have lost and with a grateful heart marveled at God's wisdom in sparing me victory. What I'm about to suggest comes from extensive experience in sports policies and having witnessed and experienced firsthand the malignant infestation of our most noble institutions. We need to do better. Fortunately, the modus operandi of the Electoral Commission of Jamaica provides a good, though outsized model of how we should organize ourselves to conduct fair elections in sporting bodies in Jamaica. Electioneering is combat. It is difficult and it brings out the worst in men. A good system of elections should not seek to instill morals that is out of scope, but rather to establish basic rules to which all must adhere despite personal immorality or morality. Notwithstanding the calls for more civil public discourse by former Prime Minister P.J. Patterson and current Prime Minister Andrew Holness should reverberate in the campaign meeting rooms of our sporting leadership candidates. Here are some basic rules we should be able to agree on. 1, the body overlooking an election should be actually independent and without interest or the appearance of interest in the success or failure of any candidate. The voting list should be finalized by the body responsible for overseeing the election based on the applicable sections of the body's statutes, not who you want. Challenges should be heard and considered by this independent body, which will have the responsibility of making a decision based on the Constitution as approved by a General Assembly. There should also be built into that an appeals process. 3, persons standing for election should not de facto be running the election. This may lead to all manner of evil, such as, for example, candidates being nominated after the close of nominations to suit some agenda. The stacking of voters' lists in its many forms should be prohibited in statute and in spirit. We should not have associations with neither athlete nor program voting. We should not be creating and manning organizations and imbuing them with the franchise in the interest of securing that vote. Proxy votes, where applicable, should be carried by a representative of the voting organization selected by a predetermined process and not turned over to either a sitting candidate or challenger or allies of same. One could go on and on, but I'll be satisfied with these basic standards. The question then arises as to who this independent body to oversee sporting association elections should be. This could be addressed in each individual constitution and implemented as long as the standards of independence are met. Perhaps a national office of the nature of the Electoral Commission of Jamaica could be established and convened as necessary. This would have to be independent of local political influence, as international sporting bodies guard their jurisdictions and their purviews jealously. Would a national sports council, independent and autonomous, be able to take on that role? I encourage you to apply your minds to these issues as well. My preference is a body, a la the ECJ, we're being responsible for overseeing the election process in sporting organizations. The state of entropy must be stabilized and improved. I want to thank you for hearing me out this morning. The challenges are many, but not beyond the capacity of those in this conference to adequately address. Thank you and walk good.
Thank you so much, Dr. Stokes. At this time, I now invite Ms. Rutan Sanderson. She will be making a presentation to our keynote speaker. Immediately after the presentation, I invite Old Harbor High School to do their presentation.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Stokes, on behalf of the GC Foster College of Physical Education and Sport, our sponsors, and all our guests, we thank you for delivering such an impactful presentation at our 4th edition Sports Heritage Symposium. We know that your message will resonate with us so that we can continue to use it to embrace sports across the world. We give you this gift to express just a fraction of our appreciation. Thank you.
I must inform you that our next presentation should be a thrilling one, as the Old Harbor High School Choir is a multiple winner for All Together Sings competition. Put your hands together and receive them.
Mic check. Testing 1, 2.
Brick by brick we build foundation. Talking about security for every generation. We've seen hopes and dreams turn to reality. It's not easy, but we always find a way. Together we're strong. From 18 all along, we a fight to protect the legacy, the heritage, and the respect. People love we, people trust we, and them evil take we as family. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Jamaica, we will always in honor of thy name. And never bring the
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the legendary Coxsone Don, and we will be taking you back from the 1950s to the 1960s with Ska Explosion. The lovers out there, this one is for you. Now this one is for all those who are believing in love. Here we go.
I got to say yeah.
Pull up, wheel and come again.
I got to say yeah.
Enough for the love segment. We come for enjoy ourselves. You know what we have to say today?
You pick we up, your liquid down, we bounce right back. What a hard man fi dead. You pick we up, your liquid down, we bounce right back. What a hard man fi dead. Them say we are go flop, but are we up on the top?
You're here.
You pick we up, your liquid down, we bounce right back. What a hard man fi dead.
In this segment, we are go simmer them down.
Control your temper, for the battle will be hotter. Don't you hear what I say? I'm not leaving today.
Oh.
control your temper. For the battle will be hotter. Don't you hear what I say? I'm not leaving today.
Hey, hey, hey. Sima, 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 Sima. 1 hour, 1 hour, 1 hour, 1 hour, 1 hour, 1 hour, 1 hour. That's all for today, folks.
Hey, come on, put it up together for the Old Harbor High School Choir. Now you see why they are number one. Now you see why they have been winning so many times. But I found out the secret to their performance. It is their choir directors. Put your hands together for the choir directors. Well done, Whole Harbor. We will now have some special awards. The first one will be given to Dr. Peter Latchman, Professor in Health and Movement Sciences at the Southern Connecticut State University and past student of the G.C. Foster College. I now invite Ms. Andrea Wu Thomas, Mrs. Andrea Wu Thomas, to make the presentation.
All protocols observed. Pleasant good morning, everyone. This award is presented to Dr. Peter Latchman in recognition of 15 years of unwavering benevolence to G.C. Foster College of Physical Education and Sport. Your consistent donations have empowered generations of students and scholars, inspiring a culture of academic excellence. The college community extends its deepest gratitude to you for your extraordinary contribution. Please put your hands together in recognition of one of our contributors.
Principal Wilson, honored guests, Madam Chair, students, faculty and staff, students, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. First and foremost, I'd like to thank Principal Wilson and the G.C. Foster College of Physical Education and Sport Award Committee for this recognition. This recognition holds immense significance for me. Thank you. I am deeply honored and humbled to be the recipient of this award. I must admit I did not expect this award, but it is greatly appreciated. I never knew I would be rewarded for remembering and helping my dear college, an institution that formed the very bedrock for my development and for the development of other students as well. This award would not be possible without the hard work of the lecturers at G.C. Foster, who spent countless hours addressing my questions and helping with my inadequacies. And also the librarians who were always willing to help and go the extra mile To them, I say thanks. If you're lucky in life, you'll have a chance to meet a truly transformational person, a person who has the ability to motivate and encourage. I am lucky. I did meet such a person, and today I'd like to dedicate this award to that person. That person is the late Dr. Kenneth Gardner. Dr. Gardner was a man of great discipline and high moral standing, a man who always strived for excellence in his students. I am sure students who encountered Mr. Gardner would agree. Without his help, guidance, and encouragement, this award would not be possible. Though he's not here with us today, I'd like to say thank you, Dr. Gardner. Once again, I'd like to extend my profound gratitude and to Principal Wilson and the G.C. Foster College of Physical Education and Sports Award Committee for this accolade. I do hope this recognition will serve to encourage other past students to do whatever they can for our dear G.C. Foster College, no matter how small. I remain committed to my dear college. Today, I stand before you humble but filled with gratitude. Thank you, G.C. Foster College, and thank you for being here to share in this moment. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to ask you to remain as I invite our principal, Mr. Wilson, just for photo op purposes, to hand over the plaque to sir. Thank you, sir. Sir Wilson, could you remain as the next presentation will be done by Ms. Shernet Wilson. This will be given to Mr. Erwin Clare, CEO, Team Jamaica Bickle, Managing Director of Caribbean Immigrant Services. Put your hands together, make welcome.
It is indeed my pleasure, on behalf of the G.C. Foster College of Physical Education and Sport, to present to Team Jamaica Bickle, in honor of profound dedication and generosity, to G.C. Foster College of Physical Education and Sport. Through scholarship and support, the company have elevated the college's athletic landscape and enhanced student welfare. Its contributions have transformed the lives of aspiring athletes and scholars. The college community extends its deepest appreciation for their outstanding commitment. Accept this award on behalf of the college community.
Mr. Chairman, to the members of this great institution, G.C. Foster College of Physical Education and Sport. Let me just say this, and my good friend Chris Stokes understands me well, that I'm a very impatient person. I do not get caught up in Robert's rules and wait
look at all the blue papers and white papers that have been written. But today we stand here in this hall, which I call the Mecca of sports, G.C. Foster College. And it is so. It is so because when you consider what have been born from these halls and unleashed on the world, it goes without saying that as a nation and as an institution, we continue to punch way above our weight class. But the question still begs itself. Because as I sat there this morning, I heard of the speeches and the concerns and the expectations. I still hear the word potential, unleashing the potential. And what that tells me is that 15 years later, after the exploits or so of Usain Bolt and all the exploits of our sports ambassadors, Jamaica still lags behind. How do we move from potential to make it actual, that we can leverage and benefit as a nation? So I dare to say, ladies and gentlemen, we have lost time, but we still have the opportunity now that hopefully next year when we meet here, we can be saying that as a result of this was accomplished, as a result of we were able to raise that $2 million to make this institution into the world-class institution. It must be, because you have an obligation and a right to the nation of Jamaica to do so. So I hope that corporate Jamaica, along with individuals in the world of philanthropy and foundation, recognizes importance, because this is what we call right here, nation building. So I want to say on behalf of Team Jamaica Bickle, we are pleased and honored to have worked with and partnered with G.C. Foster over the years. And in this year that Team Jamaica Bickle celebrates 30 years of unwavering supports to our athletes, our ambassadors, we look forward to another 30 years, and we look forward to continued working with G.C. Foster to make Mecca truly Mecca. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Well said. Thank you, sir. Thank you. We're coming down nicely, ladies and gentlemen. At this time, I just want to make recognition and welcome those who came in after the greeting was done. Special recognition to Mr. Raymond Anderson, a football administrator, and all those persons who came in afterwards. Thank you for your presence. We now invite the Dintil Technical High School Band as they come and do their presentation. Put your hands together for Dintil Technical High. While the choir gets ready, while the band gets ready, I ask Miss Karoni Gregory to get ready to do the vote of thanks. My apologies, Mr. Othni Lamont will be doing the vote of thanks, or physiotherapist. And as they get ready, let me just make mention of our sponsors. We have a number of sponsors who have partnered with us. The Ministry of Justice, the Ministry of Education and Youth, Grace Kennedy, Wisynco, First Heritage Cooperative Credit Union, Tourism Enhancement Fund, our title sponsor, Link Up Jamaica, Power Electric, and a host of others. Please receive at this time Dintil Technical High as they make their presentation.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, man. All right, so this is Dintil, and we're going to be asking that as we perform, that you just work with us, all right? Oh, what singing? Oh, what shouting on that happy morning when we all shall rise. Oh, what glory! Hallelujah! When we meet our blessed Savior in the sky, redemption. Praise the Lord. Oh, what a wonderful freedom. Glory to his name. Say, I'm out of and I'm into God's redemption. Praise the Lord. Redemption cometh. Praise the Lord. Oh, what a wonderful freedom. Glory to his. I'm out of, yes, sir, and I'm into God's redemption. Praise the Lord. Say, he lifted me up from the miry. He planted my feet. Good God, and that is the reason I sing. My Savior came down. Oh yes, he lifted me up, say, from the miry clay, and he planted my feet. Good God, and that is the reason I sing. My Savior came down and lifted me up. Hey, so in the rock, my God, say, I'll hide. Hey, and in the shadow I will. When the storm, yes, sir, they are raging over me in the rain. You can put your hands together. Oh, in the rock, in the shadow, I will. When the storm, yes, sir. Oh, they are raging over me. Oh, in the rain. When the storm, oh, they are raging over me. Good God, in the rain. Oh, when the storms, say, when the storms of life are raging over me. In the rain, I'll hide. Can we bless the Lord? Hallelujah.
Amen, amen. We're about to have church. Put your hands together again for the Dintil Technical High School. Well done, well done. At this time, please receive our lecturer slash physiotherapist, Mr. Othniel Lamont, as he moved the vote of thanks.
Good morning, everyone. All protocols observed. It is my privilege to extend heartfelt gratitude to everyone who made this morning's opening ceremony of the GC Foster's 4th Annual Sports Heritage Symposium under the theme, Unleashing the Potential Physical Education, Sport, Health and Wellness for Sustainable Development, a memorable one. Special thanks to all our specially invited guests for bringing greetings, schools that participated, namely Dintil Technical High School and Hull Harbour High School, for their very entertaining renditions. Again, we would like to thank our keynote speaker, Dr. Nelson Stokes, for first accepting our invitation and second for sharing his invaluable contributions and inspiring insights in this, our 4th staging. We want to thank him for sharing his expertise and making a lasting impact on all of us. Finally, thanks to all our internal and external stakeholders, students, staff, sponsors. Do enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you so much, sir. We'll now take a 10-minute break. The break room is to my right, your left. I'm going to invite, as we go, to just take your break and return. We will go into the next session in the next 10 minutes, and this will be moderated by Mr. Kanar Raynar.
Ever found yourself pondering the limitless possibilities of the future in physical education, sports, health, and wellness? Embark on an extraordinary journey at the GC Foster College Sports Heritage Symposium, Health Fair and Career Expo, a pioneering event meticulously curated by the esteemed GC Foster College of Physical Education and Sports. Set to unfold on January 24th and 25th, 2024, amidst the enchanting GC Foster College campus in Angels Spanish Town, St. Catherine. This hybrid symposium offers an immersive exploration of what lies ahead in these dynamic fields. Backed by the Tourism Enhancement Fund, your attendance not only ensures a remarkable experience but also fuels the growth of the tourism sector. For those unable to physically join, LinkUp Online extends a virtual gateway to the event. Brace yourself for captivating keynote speeches, insightful panel discussions, cutting-edge research presentations, and hands-on interactive workshops, all amplified by expo booths showcasing the latest innovations in healthcare services, career choices, and fitness activities. Don't miss the food zone with delectable choices, and attendees stand a chance to leave with exciting prizes. Securing your spot is seamless at www.linkup.online/GCFoster. LinkUp Online, where connections shape the future of events.
Get ready for 2 electrifying days dedicated to the state of sports in Jamaica.
Join us on Wednesday, January 24th and Thursday, January 25th, 2024 at the GC Foster College campus in Angels, Spanish Town as Olympic legends, industry titans, and academic minds converge at the 4th edition of the GC Foster College Sports Heritage Symposium, Health Fair, and Career Expo. This unprecedented event features a lineup of over 25 distinguished keynote speakers who are trailblazers in their respective fields.
Ever found yourself pondering the limitless possibilities of the future in physical education, sports, health, and wellness? Embark on an extraordinary journey at the GC Foster College Sports Heritage Symposium, Health Fair, and Career Expo, a pioneering event meticulously curated by the esteemed GC Foster College of Physical Education and Sports. Set to unfold on January 24th and 25th, 2024, amidst the enchanting GC Foster College campus in Angels, Spanish Town, St. Catherine. This hybrid symposium offers an immersive exploration of what lies ahead in these dynamic fields. Backed by the Tourism Enhancement Fund, your attendance not only ensures a remarkable experience but also fuels the growth of the tourism sector. For those unable to physically join, LinkUp Online extends a virtual gateway to the event. Brace yourself for captivating keynote speeches, insightful panel discussions, cutting-edge research presentations, and hands-on interactive workshops, all amplified by expo booths showcasing the latest innovations in healthcare services, career choices, and fitness activities. Don't miss the food zone with delectable choices, and attendees stand a chance to leave with exciting prizes. Securing your spot is seamless at www.linkup.online/GCFoster. LinkUp Online, where connections shape the future of events.
Get ready for two electrifying days dedicated to the state of sports in Jamaica. Join us on Wednesday, January 24th and Thursday, January 25th, 2024 at the GC Foster College campus in Angels, Spanish Town as Olympic legends, industry titans, and academic minds converge at the 4th edition of the GC Foster College Sports Heritage Symposium, Health Fair, and Career Expo. This unprecedented event features a lineup of over 25 distinguished keynote speakers who are trailblazers in their respective fields.
Ever found yourself pondering the limitless possibilities of the future in physical education, sports, health, and wellness? Embark on an extraordinary journey at the GC Foster College Sports Heritage Symposium, Health Fair, and Career Expo, a pioneering event meticulously curated by the esteemed GC Foster College of Physical Education and Sports. Set to unfold on January 24th and 25th, 2024, amidst the enchanting GC Foster College campus in Angels, Spanish Town, St. Catherine. This hybrid symposium offers an immersive exploration of what lies ahead in these dynamic fields. Backed by the Tourism Enhancement Fund, your attendance not only ensures a remarkable experience but also fuels the growth of the tourism sector. For those unable to physically join, LinkUp Online extends a virtual gateway to the event. Brace yourself for captivating keynote speeches, insightful panel discussions, cutting-edge research presentations, and hands-on interactive workshops, all amplified by expo booths showcasing the latest innovations in healthcare services, career choices, and fitness activities. Don't miss the food zone with delectable choices, and attendees stand a chance to leave with exciting prizes. Securing your spot is seamless at www.linkup.online/GCFoster. LinkUp Online, where connections shape the future of events.
Get ready for 2 electrifying days dedicated to the state of sports in Jamaica. Join us on Wednesday, January 24th and Thursday, January 25th, 2024 at the GC Foster College campus in Angels, Spanish Town as Olympic legends, industry titans.
Ever found yourself pondering the limitless possibilities of the future in physical education, sports, health, and wellness? Embark on an extraordinary journey at the GC Foster College Sports Heritage Symposium, Health Fair and Career Expo, a pioneering event meticulously curated by the esteemed GC Foster College of Physical Education and Sport. Set to unfold on January 24th and 25th, 2024, amidst the enchanting GC Foster College campus in Angels, Spanish Town, St. Catherine. This hybrid symposium offers an immersive exploration of what lies ahead in these dynamic fields. Backed by the Tourism Enhancement Fund, your attendance not only ensures a remarkable experience but also fuels the growth of the tourism sector. For those unable to physically join, LinkUp Online extends a virtual gateway to the event. Brace yourself for captivating keynote speeches, insightful panel discussions, cutting-edge research presentations, and hands-on interactive workshops, all amplified by expo booths showcasing the latest innovations in healthcare services, career choices, and fitness activities. Don't miss the food zone with delectable choices, and attendees stand a chance to leave with exciting prizes. Securing your spot is seamless at www.linkup.online/GCFoster. LinkUp Online, where connections shape the future of events.
Get ready for 2 electrifying days dedicated to the state of sports in Jamaica. Join us on Wednesday, January 24th and Thursday, January 25th, 2024 at the GC Foster College campus in Angels, Spanish Town as Olympic legends, industry titans, and academic minds converge at the 4th edition of the GC Foster College Sports Heritage Symposium, Health Fair and Career Expo. This unprecedented event features a lineup of over 25 distinguished keynote speakers who are trailblazers in their respective fields.
Ever found yourself pondering the limitless possibilities of the future in physical education, sports, health, and wellness? Embark on an extraordinary journey at the GC Foster College Sports Heritage Symposium, Health Fair and Career Expo, a pioneering event meticulously curated by the esteemed GC Foster College of Physical Education and Sport. set to unfold on January 24th and 25th, 2024, amidst the enchanting GC Foster College campus in Angels, Spanish Town, St. Catherine. This hybrid symposium offers an immersive exploration of what lies ahead in these dynamic fields. Backed by the Tourism Enhancement Fund, your attendance not only ensures a remarkable experience but also fuels the growth of the tourism sector. For those unable to physically join, LinkUp Online extends a virtual gateway to the event. Brace yourself for captivating keynote speeches, insightful panel discussions, cutting-edge research presentations, and hands-on interactive workshops, all amplified by expo booths showcasing the latest innovations in healthcare services, career choices, and fitness activities. Don't miss the food zone with delectable choices, and attendees stand a chance to leave with exciting prizes. Securing your spot is seamless at www.linkup.online/GCFoster. LinkUp Online, where connections shape the future of events.
Get ready for 2 electrifying days dedicated to the state of sports in Jamaica. Join us on Wednesday, January 24th and Thursday, January 25th, 2024 at the GC Foster College campus in Angels, Spanish Town. As Olympic legends, industry titans, and academic minds converge at the 4th edition of the GC Foster College Sports Heritage Symposium, Health Fair and Career Expo. This unprecedented event features a lineup of over 25 distinguished keynote speakers who are trailblazers in their respective fields.
Ever found yourself pondering the limitless possibilities of the future in physical education, sports, health, and wellness? Embark on an extraordinary journey at the GC Foster College Sports Heritage Symposium, Health Fair and Career Expo, a pioneering event meticulously curated by the esteemed GC Foster College of Physical Education and Sport. Set to unfold on January 24th and 25th, 2024, amidst the enchanting GC Foster College campus in Angels, Spanish Town, St. Catherine. This hybrid symposium offers an immersive exploration of what lies ahead in these dynamic fields. Backed by the Tourism Enhancement Fund, your attendance not only ensures a remarkable experience but also fuels the growth of the tourism sector. For those unable to physically join, LinkUp Online extends a virtual gateway to the event. Brace yourself for captivating keynote speeches, insightful panel discussions, cutting-edge research presentations, and hands-on interactive workshops, all amplified by expo booths showcasing the latest innovations in healthcare services, career choices, and fitness activities. Don't miss the food zone with delectable choices, and attendees stand a chance to leave with exciting prizes. Securing your spot is seamless at www.linkup.online/GCFoster. LinkUp Online, where connections shape the future of events.
Can
Yeah,
you?
so just stay there, doctor. Stay there, professor. Michael will take care from it there. Just you don't go anywhere. He'll work with you on that.
Okay, all right.
Right now, I can see the doctor. You can see the doctor on the screen.
Hello? Can you hear me? Hello? 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 Yes, I'm seeing them. Are you seeing me now?
Yeah.
first panel discussion at this symposium examining sustainability of physical education and sport in Jamaica, COVID-19 and beyond. We have a very esteemed panel with us, and I'll just run through the names and what they bring to this discussion. Online we have Professor Neville Ying, Professor of Education, Measurement and at the Micro University College. Of course, he's also the former Executive Director of the Jamaica Diaspora Institute. We have Mr. Maurice Wilson, Principal of GC Foster College. Immediately to my left, then we have Carol Beckford in that, is that orange? Or are you going to tell me it's a different color, Carol? We have Chester McCarthy, who is the Athletic Director here at GC Foster College. And we have as well Erwin Clear, CEO, Team Jamaica Bickel, and of course, Managing Director with the Caribbean Immigrant Services. We'll be focusing our discussion now on partnerships for sustainable development in sport. And I want to give each member a minute to just set the stage on the overall discussion point before we get into details. Maurice, we'll start with you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let me instantly speak to the importance of collaboration. There's a great example to my left. In 2011, I think it was, there was a discussion with Erwin Clear about giving a scholarship to a Jamaican athlete. About 12 years later, that athlete is a gold medalist at the Commonwealth Championships, silver medalist, Royal University champion, the 4th fastest Jamaican, Pan American record holder. He broke Donald Quarry's record over 20 years. He's also an Olympic gold medalist, Olympic finalist. His name is Rashid Dwyer. So that's a great example of an excellent collaboration. Collaboration can be in the form of equipment. Thank you. And for those athletes who are here, for those students, collaboration can be in the form of equipment, facilities, and human resource. And your institution can collaborate with other institutions of strength to gain the benefits of collaboration. Quickly, I want to speak to win-win partnership. All right, so I'm put on hold.
I put a call on here. Carol, of course, Carol Beckford is a sports marketer, former CEO, president of the business of sport. Carol, broadly on the issue.
Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. I mean, Maurice, I think another great that we have been involved in. Another great partnership that GC Foster was involved in. 12 years ago, we started a discussion with Australia, and it remains one of the long-standing partnerships we have had, where 16 youngsters who were aspiring to be on their World Athletics Championship team came to Jamaica for a month, I believe, and experienced training with Asafa, training with Usain, and they were based here. They even went to Rebel Salute. And how many years later, they're still talking about their experience in Jamaica. One of them found their grandfather here, realizing he had Jamaican roots. And the importance of collaboration as an academic institution is that sport touches everybody across the board. So with that, you know, it has to be a sustainable relationship. It has to have continuity. And we're at the right place. I mean, I salute GC Foster on the continuous work 44 years later, and still one of the long-standing anchors of sport in Jamaica.
Thank you, Carol. Good afternoon, everyone. Now, for me, as the athletic director here at the GC Foster College, when we talk about sustainable partnerships, then right away I start thinking scholarships, because here at the GC Foster, we donate over $10 million in scholarships annually to our students. And for the most part, those monies comes from our coffers or events that we will put on here at the college. And we can speak to entities like Team Jamaica Bickle, that from time to time we will get a drawdown from Team Jamaica Bickle when we go to the pen relays. So, you know, these are the partnerships we look to and we try to maintain over the years to assist us as we do the build out here and work with our students to make them better.
We now have Erwin Clear, of course, the CEO of Team Jamaica Bickle, an entity that has done so much for Jamaican athletes going, what, close to 30 years, Erwin?
30 years.
Talk to us broadly on the issue of partnerships for sustainable development in sport.
I will start from the whole aspect of sustainability, partnerships, collaboration. Institutions like these normally, and still so it is in, especially in Jamaican parlance, are considered in the economic term a cost center, meaning that it seeks funding to operate. I think we are at the cusp right now where we have an opportunity for a paradigm shift to what is called a profit center. When you look at institutions, sports institutions in the United States, and that includes universities and colleges, they are profit centers. Sports pays. You understand what I'm saying? Sports pays. I think that the whole concept, the philosophy as to how we view ourselves has to be from the standpoint where it's a business, which comes back around to my dear friend here who is dressed in red on the stage, the business of sports. Because if we are to have sustainability, we must know how what we want is going to be paid for without putting our hands out with an expectation from government or anybody else. But we must have a plan in place for sustainability. Sustainability caused by collaboration and building partnerships outside of our sphere. Because remember, GC Foster College is a brand. And when you have a brand of this sort that has shown success over the years, we must now become creative in putting it out on the market space. So from me, it's about the mindset as how we convert to us becoming a profit center. Because this place here are the home, or is the home to world beaters and a significant global brand presence.
Thank you, Erwin. Online we have Professor Neville Ying with the educational, well, he is with educational measurement at Michael University College. You hearing us, Professor Ying?
Can you hear me?
Hearing you, sir. You can give us in a minute your general thoughts on partnerships for sustainable development in sport.
Well, what I'm looking at, are you ready to hear me? Can I go ahead with my views? Hello? Are you hearing me?
You clearly, Professor.
Are you hearing me? Hello? I'm not sure if you're hearing me.
All right, while you try to work out the logistics.
I'm speaking, but I wonder if you're hearing me.
Changes to this because you have GC Foster College, you've had partnerships, MOUs with other sporting universities. How important is that to ensure that those are maintained and more partnerships are sought after?
We talk about stakeholder engagement. We have started that. We have thrown down the gauntlet to all the sports administrators, the coaches, the trainers, because we have said that we are going to invest in a symposium that can provide all the information that you need to assist you in having a mindset change. Erwin spoke about the business of sport. It requires a mindset change. There are students in the audience that they are told that engaging in sports, it's leisure time. But engaging in sports, it's a step in creating a career path. And we are still at that point where we have not recognized this. When you look at some of the top sports stars, and I'm not going to be biased, when Messi makes $1 million, $1 million US dollars a year from Nike, that has nothing to do with his payment. I need for someone to tell me one academician that makes that amount of money. And at the end of the day, let us face it, money is what is important. Money is what everyone speaks about. Not money at all costs, but you go to school to get an education so you can take care of your family. In order to do that, you make money. So you're at the Mecca, as someone said, where you are being trained as a supporting personnel, similarly to the coaches in the English League, the managers, and you can also develop your skills to become a professional sports person. When we speak of collaboration, we have done numerous collaborations in the last 3-4 years. We have collaborated with universities abroad. We have collaborated with countries. Carol spoke about Australia. We have done so with China. We have done so with Trinidad. We have done so with Maldives. And we can continue on and on. So what I'm saying to students in the audience, administrators, we have started the journey. We have 6 years to go to finalize our dream of that 2030 vision. And GC Foster has thrown down the gauntlet in starting the process.
Carol, you would have formed the business of sport, and that took into consideration stakeholders from all over the world. Delve further into what Coach Wilson has spoken to about the importance of these partnerships.
First of all, you have to look at sport as an industry, and it contributes up to 9% to our GDP. So we have a rate of people who are employed in the business on and off the field. And the importance of collaboration looks at all different sides of the business that can prepare and set the pace for the ecosystem. So you have the people who work as a student at GC, you administer the technical side, but then there are people who convert the people off the field into business. And so it is important to understand and to explore those options. Getting your salary as a professional athlete is important, but now in 2024 and beyond, endorsements. Who can you associate your brand with to maximize? Because if you're a runner, you run for 15 years, somewhere 10 to 15. What happens after? So you have to build the program and the relationships that will get you to continue to earn. The life of a doctor, you can work until you're 70. And so how does an athlete earn? So the business of sport is really to explore those opportunities, how you maximize your brand into going further into life. And bearing in mind that you still have to engage the same services, food, transportation, all those things, to ensure that you live a balanced life.
Erwin, I want you to chip in right here, because Team Jamaica Bickle each year plans and support the schools and universities, colleges that compete at Penn Relays coming out of Jamaica and the Caribbean. In terms of those collaborations and partnerships, not only with the Jamaican stakeholders or the athletes and schools, but the different companies that you have to work with to from tickets, transportation, meals. Talk us through that.
And I want to add to that to insurance, because last year we started for the first time. And I have to say, this is as a result of a track athlete from Homewood who was injured on the track, severe injury. And it opened our eyes to something else, and that was insurance of our athletes. So what we have in place is when an athlete lands in the United States at the Penn, there's an insurance policy for them that covers their injury until the time they leave. All right? Now, these are things that come about not because you plan that is your obligation or your responsibility, but in partnerships and how we collaborate, one of the things that we're led by is that we have to think that there is no box. We hear people speak about thinking outside the box. Well, we think as if there's no box. So therefore, we're exposed to and we have the opportunity to. The question now is, how do we engage that? Corporations have largely been the backbone of our support mechanism. But as time goes by, and we've seen this especially after COVID-19, that many of our legacy partners are fatigued because, you know, people would have seen Team Jamaica Bickle accessing XYZ company, so they are now accessing XYZ company. So we always have to be on the cutting edge of the next level up, finding new ways of bringing external funding into our marketplace. One of the things we had last year, we are very pleased and we're hoping to build on the relationship going further, is that last year we were able to get funding for the first time from a foundation called the Second Round Foundation. And for those of you who follow basketball, and I know my son is somewhere in the audience here because he's a great Knicks fan, but the Knicks point guard, Jalen Brunson, so every time you see him on TV, please support him and send likes out, because his foundation is one of the foundations that is now a supporter of Team Jamaica Bickle. And what that does is not just a matter of them giving us funds, but we're able to place our brand and have our brand in their space, you know? And as the years go by, we have to now find creative ways as to how we maximize leveraging what we have. So the whole collaborative endeavor is of critical nature to our sustainability, because every year the expectations of our athletes rises. We are happy with their performances. We have to step up our game too. You know, and at the same token, it's not just about what we do for our athletes at Penn Relays. Our total responsibility is the welfare of the athlete. The welfare of the athlete as we help and prepare them to go out and create wealth for themselves and their families, and by extension, the nation.
All right, Chester, I want to bring you in right on the tail end of what Erwin just mentioned. But I want to now skew to stakeholder engagement. Because in this whole business of sport, the college trains, or next branch of professionals in sport. How can GC Foster College, kind of the head of the stream, engage the different stakeholders nationally, high schools, the schools, to get to that level where we see now Erwin and Team Jamaica Bickle is doing their bit from at Penn Relays?
Well, let me tell you something. Having gone to the Penn Relays for over 20 odd years and seeing how hard the Team Jamaica Bickle has worked to create partnerships. And, you know, one of the difficulties I find is that years ago, through Team Jamaica Bickle, a meeting was organized with various stakeholders at the school level, schools, colleges, that kind of thing. But the sort of agreement that we would need to get to did not take place. And this was probably 10 or so years ago, 10 years or more. And today we are still having the same conversation, because the fact of the matter is, as individual institutions, we tend to be very selfish. So those institutions that are doing well at the time, at the pen release, don't want to have a conversation to say, let's come together with a Team Jamaica Bickle to bargain with the university so that all the Jamaican schools and colleges can benefit as a whole. We find that schools were just thinking about themselves. They want to cut a share of the pie for themselves, and because of that, nothing happened.
I take that point, and I want to now bring in Professor Neville Ying, who of course served as the former director of the Jamaica Diaspora Institute. Professor Ying, your thoughts on stakeholder engagement and what exists or can exist in the diaspora?
Well, I don't want to speak about the diaspora. What I want to speak about is GC Foster as an institution. And what I would like GC Foster to focus on is being a part of the education transformation in Jamaica. Because starting in the fiscal year 2024, there's going to be a massive amount of funding from government for education transformation. And so what GC Foster need to do is to position themselves to be totally aligned with that program so that they can get the required part of that education budget as an institution. And so what I would, if I was GC Foster, is to compose something to the Ministry of Education to show that the institution is aligned with some of the features and hot button areas that education transformation is focused on. And what are some of these? The first one is the area of holistic education, which is that education transformation is now interested in the personal and social development of students in schools, as well as their academic performance. And we need to show from GC Foster that our graduates are going to be part and parcel of helping schools to do that. The second thing that education transformation is interested in is STEM, which is the science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, and also technical vocational education. So how can GC Foster show that what they're doing and the graduates they produce is going to enhance that in the schools? Because that is what is going to lead to GC Foster showing that its graduates can contribute to sports being a part of economic growth and job creation. And so that's where I would like to GC Foster to, not that the other points that you're making about getting, funding from whether it be TV rights or funding from pen relays or whatever. What we need to do is position GC Foster to be a central part of the education transformation in Jamaica. We're talking about some figures that are like $85 billion for that. You want to make sure you get a slice of that. Then you can go back to the things that you're talking about partnerships of different types. So what I want to hear is some more discussion about how we show that GC Foster is part of holistic education, how it can integrate with the curriculum in the schools with respect to STEM and TVET.
Books and co-authored a third, and you've always been about sport. How can we ensure that those who are graduating from GC Foster College and other entities like GC Foster College globally, who are Jamaicans, can tap into this stakeholder engagement to ensure that we derive winning formulas?
Well, the principal will make the announcement in due time, but there's going to be some outreach to the wider United States of America that could impact on how, in the next 6 years, GC Foster really resets its own pace and tone in the marketplace. But what is important, GC Foster represents the best of Jamaica, and it is about the experience. So we have to go back to the table where we start getting students to come to study here at the campus. And when they come here, they not just get the knowledge that using the brand. So everybody wants to know why we run so fast and all of that. People must come here under the guise that they will learn how to run fast. And so part of selling the experience is not just to get the tourist head to a bed, is to get students from the Caribbean, from the United States, from the UK, to come to this institution in Jamaica where they'll eat ackee, saltfish, they'll train with us, walk with us, talk with us, be like Jamaican. Why would I take up my money to go to Harvard? Because I believe Harvard has the best management institute, and I want to be a Harvard girl. People must want to come to Jamaica because they want to be a GC Foster girl or a GC Foster guy and experience the best of Jamaica. And Mr. Wilson and his team must ensure that they eat the best Jamaican food, they wear the best Jamaican clothes, they drink the best Jamaican water. We need to stop thinking about tourism simply as staying in a hotel, wining and dining. This is tourism, this is sports tourism, this is educational tourism. And as a follow-up to what Dr. Ying says, educational transformation is about the experience of a jurisdiction, and there's no better place to start than GC Foster. And you invite Hussein, you invite Asafa, you invite Johan, Shelley, you invite Tapa, Whitmore, you invite them all to come here so people can feel them, touch them, dine with them, run with them, and that is part of the experience. So we need to, the traditional thing's not working, clearly. Right? So the Bob Marley thing, 400 people were employed for 25 days. Paramount has invested millions of dollars to put Bob Marley on the map. That's one element of our lives. Sport is the next big thing, and GC Foster is leading by doing this, and the government of Jamaica and all the influences in society must realize that and provide the necessary incentives so that GC Foster can feel motivated to do more work.
Well, picking up on that point, Carol.
And Carol, you're absolutely correct. Because I remember back, I think was it 2010 when you said run a pen? That year, one of the things we did at Pen Release was that we made sure we had some yams brought up by Caribbean Airlines from Trelawney. And so we have all that spectacle. So we had the yams there, and some Caucasian kids, I guess I can say white kids here in America, came down to the tent because they want to find out what is this yam business all about. They touch the yam, they hug up the yam, they put it on their head, they want to bite it, they take pictures. We all laughed at first. Somebody then went in the back, somebody then asked one of these kids, have you heard of Bob Marley? They said, yeah, One Love and Trenchtown Rock. Some brilliant Jamaica went in the back down there in Pennsylvania. I didn't even know they have Rockstone down there. They find a Rockstone and say, hey, this come from Trenchtown. And the kids grabbed at it. Now, why do I say all of that? I say all that because we truly do not appreciate our brand. We take it for granted. There are people out there who will pay for it. And that is why, as Carol says, we have to move away from the traditional way of doing things. Because even as I look in the audience today, and I hope that in the audience today are those persons with representatives here who consider themselves sponsors. It is not just sufficient to be a sponsor and have your name up and give her money. You must also be part of what's taking place here in this dynamic, because that's the way you find out new ideas and how we also use an institution at least to take us to the next level. So we can't just be on the bandwagon when it is wearing the lights or when there's champs or Gibsons or whatever. In order to benefit from the fruit, you must nourish the root. Are you hearing me? In order to benefit from the fruit, we must nourish the root, which means invest in situations like these. Because, Mr. Chairman and Mr. President, this auditorium, under normal circumstances taking place elsewhere in the world, would be packed to the rafters. I don't know why we here in Jamaica shy away from opportunities like this, but somehow find ways to jump over hoops and go all the way to America and foreign and pay to go into places like these. Whilst we're having it here, rich information, rich opportunities that we take for granted. Come on, Jamaican people, let's change that paradigm.
Well, when how can you do
Principal
all of
Wilson,
that,
and I said Coach Wilson
because
earlier
what you have
because
to
you're
do is
also
focus on the
technical leader,
infrastructure development.
coach for Jamaica's team. I give you a quick thing. In 2006, at the World Junior Championships, I think that was your first head coach position, and I was covering for the Jamaica Observer at the time. Let's talk about how we go resource and expertise sharing. So here it is that GC Foster College is having this. Can there be partnerships? And I say a couple of high schools in here as well. Partnerships with other local universities who are also having successes. I know sometimes we try to hold on to information, but for the national growth, is that something that can be considered?
Well, first of all, let me just express how amazing it is to listen to great Jamaicans speak of the college. And remind me of the point that you mentioned. We talk about a mindset change. Every single person inside this room is a winner because you have made that calculated decision that you want to add to your knowledge base. And that is why you are sitting here. Erwin spoke about the auditorium being filled. I expected, to some extent, to see more of our sports practitioners here. But it is a culture. Some of them don't think they need to be here, or they think they don't need to be at GC Foster College. Why? They have not recognized that what they're doing is important. They also classify what they're doing as leisure time. Sitting to my left is my former head girl. She was involved in every single sport at college. And she was one of the most brilliant persons in my batch. Further to the left is Mr. Chester McCarthy, head boy at Homer Technical, and Erwin Clear, a scholar out of York Castle. So don't feel as if you're not achieving by being involved in sport. There are great examples here and in the audience. I'm looking at them now. So the first thing you have to do is to have a mindset. When I went to college, I did PE and science. One of my friends told me I had no ambition because I should be doing double option science. Double option science is physics, math, and bio. And when you do double option science, you think that you're the brightest individual. But no, I chose PE and science. You spoke about win-win partnerships. In 1984, Michael Jordan, Nike went to Michael Jordan to have a discussion about developing a footwear. 1984, do the math. Many, many years later, Michael Jordan is the best paid athlete each year, $1.3 billion. I'm saying this to say that a lot of times we try to engage our past students, but for some reason, there's an issue in deciding whether the youngster goes to GC Foster College or goes to another institution. That decision is based off a lack of confidence in terms of what you're doing, not believing in what you're doing. Erwin spoke about other areas, career pathways. We have created that. Sports massage, sports fitness, and more to come. It is incumbent on all the persons in the audience, all the students. Most times persons become great by listening to one single sentence, and they would have changed their course in life. I am telling you now that if you want to create a difference, to create a different pathway in terms of career choice, think about GC Foster College. Think about those areas, not only about STEM education. We have been practicing STEM education for years. Carol Beckford can tell you about that. But those who are in the know, sometimes they really don't listen. They don't listen to those who know. Now you are in the group of the knows and can spread the word to those who need to know.
I want to bring in back Professor Ying, who is chomping at the bit to make a point. Professor Ying?
Yes, what I'm saying is that to do all of the things that you're talking about, you have to first of all build the institution. And that's why I'm going back to how you get the funding for that kind of infrastructure development, being a high performance sports center, being a place where you have a research and development institute for sports, because that is what's going to translate into money. So the question is, how can you build GC Foster as an attractive institution that when people think about all the things you're talking about, they think GC Foster? And that's why I'm saying you're going to need that kind of level of national funding in order to do that and to do all the other things that you're talking about. Because what are institutions built around? They are built around state-of-the-art, both equipment as well as state-of-the-art teaching faculty, as well as research and development institutes. So what I would like to see, I don't know if Maurice, you can say whether you have developed that yet at GC Foster, research and development institutes around sports, because that is what you can monetize as part of your quest for financial self-sufficiency. So there are some building blocks that I think GC Foster need to work on. And that's why I mentioned the points that I did before.
On the resource sharing expertise, and if you want to tap into what Coach Wilson or Professor Ying said.
The Ministry of Education needs to first recognize physical education as an academic work that on the cognitive side speaks to movement, all of the other fancy things that you guys, that I don't remember, that Mrs. Kong would kill me for. So all the movement side of the things, the physical, the psychological, but also as part, as Dr. Ying says, part of a transformative form of life, especially post-pandemic, where wellness, and by wellness determining people are moving around globally, finding suitable locations to live. And if they can get a good education, get good food, and have transportation and the basic needs, satisfy Maslow's hierarchy of needs, and they can live in Jamaica, why not make GC Foster one of those places for young adults? I mean, it sounds very aspirational, but I think, you know, as we look ahead to Vision 2030, something that I would have worked on, and dear God, I want to see some of it work, that since GC Foster is championing the cause for physical education and sport, that it really be given the resources and the necessary incentives to enhance its program to outreach. I mean, we have 36 countries with bilateral agreements, of which 32 is involved in sport. And I mean, I could tell you stories, but the truth is, this place has, in 44 years, has really morphed, but it can do more for the country outside of the traditional stuff. And if educational transformation is the way to go, Why not do it in sport, something that we're known for? We're about to go to our 20th Olympic Games. Philippines has gone to everyone during that time and has never won a medal. We have 88 medals in the Olympics, and we're still forming fool about the importance of sport to a nation. So we need the resources. So whether Minister Williams is listening or her advisors, because I know people are online, they need to take serious stock on how academic transformation can be done using sport as a tool for national development.
Let me just make a point here, Carol, a moderator. Could I just make a point at this stage?
That we talk about monitoring and evaluating. But I think the point needs to be hammered home even more than Carola said. Sport is multifaceted. The amount of professions that you can have in sport alone. We heard of sports psychology being a big thing at the previous Olympic Games. Athletes breaking down, having performance coaches, etc. Can we understand that it's not just about those who are on the park running, bowling a ball, hitting the ball? It is so much more that can be in there.
Yeah, the support mechanism for sports far outweighs those who are the participants. Far outweighs and creates more opportunities, in fact. And at this point, I just want to send a shout out, because we had an athlete here in Jamaica that went to Jamaica College, and his father was a coach and all that. He went away to the United States and studied, and today he runs a very successful sports management company, Sekou Clark. And as I look in the audience here, and Sekou jumps out because he's a young man, affable young man, he's an attorney. He's one who is demonstrating success of life after being a participant on the track. All right? Because that is where people will make their money. I have another situation. Professor Crystal McGregor. She never won major tournaments, but sports was her platform. All right? Building out that opportunity. And even as I look here in the audience, Rayon, again, I want to say this. NIL. Those three words, especially to sports persons in here this evening. Do you all know what NIL stands for? Hello? Well, you should be Googling it as I speak. It is name, image, and likeness, because here comes a new dynamic. For you as an individual who are good at your craft in sports, to use yourself as a brand and make money whilst you are in school. Because recent changes in NCAA allows for amateurs at your level to do so. So as we speak here this day, as I've been heard before, it's not just about running and throwing and all that situation, but what are the collaterals that comes from your ability as a sports person? Because there are many avenues. Because like I say, it's not everybody is going to win the gold medal. But all those who went down, the 8 persons who are in that block, have an opportunity to use that block opportunity to take themselves to higher heights. And that's where I think the emphasis needs to be shown on. And I think, Carol, we get so spoiled that even when we have 8 of the fastest, we're in the 8 of the fastest finishers in the world in a race. We're not satisfied that we're in the final now. We have to win all the time. But guess what? There are many countries who wish to be there, and we are there consistently. But GC Foster, I believe, though, is on the right path. And if nothing else you hear from today is that we have to find a way to ensure that there's a continuity in ensuring. We heard the chairman spoke today about I calculated it, $1.7 million US to do all your stuff here. That shouldn't be hard. And I'm going to throw something out, and I wish Dr. Creer was here. Every day, I hear about a new tourism product here in Jamaica, a new hotel conglomerate. Now we're going to be building 428-story building in Montego Bay. My question is, that billions of dollars you're spending, you don't think that somehow, if my memory serves me correct, one leader once said money dropped out of the bucket. You don't think $2 million can drop out of the bucket and just reach here at GC Foster?
Well, Erwin, the point I'm making
Hello?
is, Erwin,
You don't
and
think so?
moderator, the
If
point
we're
I'm
building
making
all
is-
those things in Jamaica and all those investors coming in, are we
Erwin,
truly
Erwin,
advocating to
Erwin,
these
Erwin,
investors
Erwin.
coming out about what is important to us? Not to mention the stadium, the office. Come on, guys. We are the Mecca. GC Foster and Jamaica is a Mecca of track and field. We punch way above our weight category than any other country in the world. So we can do better. I'm confident of that. So yeah, the point here is this, is that we're on the right track, but we can't just sit back and say we're on the track. We now have to get moving.
Could I make a point, moderator?
I want to bring back Professor Ying. Professor Ying?
Yes, what I'm saying is that we need to go back to fundamentals. All that you have said is true, but I don't think you're all focusing on institutional development and institutional marketing. The point is that I sit in various fora. If I go to the National Planning Council, I've never heard of GC Foster. If I go to the private sector meetings, I don't hear of GC Foster. And I sit in a lot of committees that influence infrastructure development and funding. The point is that when I spoke at this forum, was it last year? I am yet to see an institutional development proposal from the institution called GC Foster. You have to convert all these lovely ideas you're getting from these symposia into a document that shows what is the institutional development plan for GC Foster to capitalize on all the things you're talking about. Because if not, you'll be preaching to the converted. All of us here are sports-minded people, but you're not going to get that institutional recognition, because that's where it starts. It's no use to say this athlete did this and that. When you speak about an institution, I think just Carol mentioned about Harvard. Somebody must speak about GC Foster, just like how you speak about Harvard or UWI or whatever. I don't yet see an institutional proposal from GC Foster. And I mentioned this about a year ago. But you have to invest the time in putting it together, because that's going to be your marketing tool, and all the other things you're talking about will fall into place. So if there's one thing to come out of this symposium I would love to see as an output, is an institutional development plan for GC Foster, backed up with a marketing plan to put it on the map. First of all in Jamaica and then overseas.
Principal Wilson, we're preparing for the Olympic Games. What, in a nutshell, does it cost one athlete per month to be prepared and ready? And we're talking about coaches' fee, physiotherapy, all of it.
All right, I'm going to speak to that point, but let me just state that one of the popular sentiments by stakeholders when we speak about GC Foster is that we don't know what is happening. But I can tell you, in the last 14 days, GC Foster would have been in prime media 10 times, more than any other institution. And if you were to track from September until now and look at the ratio in terms of institutions being in the media and what is happening, GC Foster would have populated the media space. So when we hear of not knowing what is happening, you need to market more. With all that is happening on social media, this is something for us to think about. In relation to preparing an athlete, and let us think of a sports person. Let us think of a cricketer. who is focusing on becoming a professional cricketer, the basic calculation would be about $190,000 per month. Basic. We're talking about $16,000, 2 sessions for the month for chiropractor. And we're not going to talk about coaching fees because sometimes that can be waived. But we're talking about massage services, 4-6 times for the month. We're talking about nutrition. We're talking about subsidized housing. So we are speaking to $190,000 per month. The Olympics is, 6 months, 7 months away? And it is going to require detailed preparation. Persons don't understand. Every single time an athlete goes on the track to run, to train, they put themselves at risk. Every single time a competitive long jumper attempts a run-up, they put themselves at risk. When they get injured, thousands of dollars are required. So it requires stakeholder involvement in terms of assistance. The final thing I'd want to say, Erwin, the college requires $400,000 to resurface the track next year. Now, we have tried to reach out to our stakeholders. We're saying the track is available for stakeholder partnership. This track is available for institutions in and around the college community. But there's a discipline to it. There is order to it. And so you must come to the table for engagement. So reaching out, and I'm saying it loud and clear, for the entities out there, the institution requires $400,000 to resurface the track next year. $65 million. In most communities, most counties in America, there are numerous tracks. I'm not making comparison, but we make comparison when we compete at the Olympics. We don't talk about America. They have 300 million persons, and we have 3 million. We speak about who is first and who is second. So we need the resources. Thank you very much.
Erwin, that may be something that you can make some connections on in the diaspora. I know that you focus on Team Jamaica Bickle, but this is what we're talking about, stakeholder partnerships.
I figured that was a setup, actually, Mr. Principal. It goes to a broader situation as we speak about diaspora, engagement. And these are some of the points and some of the opportunities that exist. The question comes about now is, what is this part of a major plan? Because one of the things that people get turned off by is the whole situation is coming hand in glove at the whim and fancy. There has to be a plan in place that demonstrate what are the conditionalities that we expect and what are the long-term plans going forth. I think it's doable. I think it's doable if we see high schools being able to get tracks because of their alma maters and stuff like that. I think that within the diaspora, we do have friends of Jamaica and persons within the diaspora who are influencers and have the necessary connection. But I also want to see a lot more being done by corporate Jamaica and by philanthropic Jamaicans at home, because it has to be a partnership. It cannot just be an expectation of an obligation elsewhere. I think when we start seeing more demonstrative activities like that, it will engender others to become involved. We have to realize that sport is important to us as a nation, not just for its entertainment value, but for its social benefits. And I believe that this is something we have to take serious, and I think in a collective space, we can make it happen.
Thank you very much, Erwin Clear, CEO, Team Jamaica Bickle. I want to thank our other panelists, Professor Neville Ying, who was online, Principal Maurice Wilson, GC Foster College, Carol Beckford, sports marketer and consultant, and of course, Mr. Erwin Clear. Chester McCarthy was here as well. He has a lot to do here at the college. The work continues. Hope you enjoyed the engagement. Have a very good afternoon.
Mrs. Charlotte Russell will be coming to make some presentations, after which we'll be breaking for lunch, and Mrs. Yuta Walsh will be coming to give some instructions as it relates to the breakout session. We're going to ask the panelists just to remain as Mrs. Russell make her presentation. Mrs. Russell.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have some gifts for you, and we'll start with the beautiful lady, Miss Carol Beckford. It matches perfectly. Okay, great. And I Mr. Erwin Clare, thank you so much for taking part in this very valuable discussion here. And this is for Mr. Keon Rayner. Mr. Keon Rayner, thank you so much for hosting this panel for us. All right. Thank you very much. This is for Mr. Maurice Wilson, the principal. And this is for Mr. Chester McCarthy. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so we are going to be breaking for lunch. We're going to take a little break. We're going to go to lunch just now. I'm going to be asking, just to remind you that we have some fabulous giveaway. We have baskets, we have gift baskets, we have several gift baskets that we want to give away to you, our deserving audience. So here's how you qualify. Here's how you qualify for the gift baskets. You're going to listen to this session. We have 2 sessions coming up that Mrs. Walsh is going to tell you about after lunch, where they will be. All right? So we have 2 sessions coming up. One will be in the High Performance Center, and those are research papers. And the other will be in the Glenston Hutchinson room. Listen carefully. They will be in the Glenston Hutchinson room. Now, we're inviting you to go online to see some of the papers and read the abstracts and see some of the presenters. Now, the trick is you need to learn all you can from the sessions. When you go to the session and we gather here for our next big session with Dion Hemmings, Theodore Whitmore, Nicole Aiken-Spinnock, and a host of other celebrity sports persons, that session will be moderated by TVJ's Dwayne Exall. Now, when you come back, at the end of that session, our sponsors have giveaways, and we have at least 4 gift baskets to give to you. Your assignment will be to listen to the presentation, including this one, answer some questions pertaining to the presentation, and then you will stand a chance to win the prize. Now, so I'm not going to keep you any longer. So we have 1 hour for lunch, not quite 1 hour. We come back at 2. We regroup at 2. Further instructions, colleges, your lunch will be taken to the room here. Students who have not had their lunch, some of you would have had your lunch. Volunteers, please proceed to the cafeteria for your lunch as well. Just to remind you that we have Our tuck shop, for those persons who want to purchase lunch independently, our tuck shop is open, and I'm sure you have the direction. I've seen some of you there. Now, presenters, just remember 2 o'clock sharp, 2 p.m. sharp. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so Dintil Technical High School, you will have lunch in that room. Shortly, it will be taken to you. I wish we had some live music.
Ever found yourself pondering the limitless possibilities of the future in physical education, sports, health, and wellness? Embark on an extraordinary journey at the G.C. Foster College Sports Heritage Symposium, Health Fair and Career Expo, a pioneering event meticulously curated by the esteemed G.C. Foster College of Physical Education and Sport. Set to unfold on January 24th and 25th, 2024, amidst the enchanting G.C. Foster College campus in Angels, Spanish Town, St. Catherine. This hybrid symposium offers an immersive exploration of what lies ahead in these dynamic fields. Backed by the Tourism Enhancement Fund, your attendance not only ensures a remarkable experience but also fuels the growth of the tourism sector. For those unable to physically join, LinkUp Online extends a virtual gateway to the event. Brace yourself for captivating keynote speeches, insightful panel discussions, cutting-edge research presentations, and hands-on interactive workshops, all amplified by expo booths showcasing the latest innovations in healthcare services, career choices, and fitness activities. Don't miss the food zone with delectable choices, and attendees stand a chance to leave with exciting prizes. Securing your spot is seamless at www.linkup.online/GCFoster. LinkUp Online, where connections shape the future of events.
Get ready for 2 electrifying days dedicated to the state of sports in Jamaica. Join us on Wednesday, January 24th and Thursday, January 25th, 2024 at the G.C. Foster College campus in Angels, Spanish Town. As Olympic legends, industry titans, and academic minds converge at the 4th edition of the G.C. Foster College Sports Heritage Symposium, Health Fair and Career Expo. This unprecedented event features a lineup of over 25 distinguished keynote speakers who are trailblazers in their respective fields.
Ever found yourself pondering the limitless possibilities of the future in physical education, sports, health, and wellness? Embark on an extraordinary journey at the G.C. Foster College Sports Heritage Symposium, Health Fair and Career Expo, a pioneering event meticulously curated by the esteemed G.C. Foster College of Physical Education and Sport. Set to unfold on January 24th and 25th, 2024, amidst the enchanting G.C. Foster College campus in Angels, Spanish Town, St. Catherine. This hybrid symposium offers an immersive exploration of what lies ahead in these dynamic fields. Backed by the Tourism Enhancement Fund, your attendance not only ensures a remarkable experience but also fuels the growth of the tourism sector. For those unable to physically join, LinkUp Online extends a virtual gateway to the event. Brace yourself for captivating keynote speeches, insightful panel discussions, cutting-edge research presentations, and hands-on interactive workshops, all amplified by expo booths showcasing the latest innovations in healthcare services, career choices, and fitness activities. Don't miss the food zone with delectable choices, and attendees stand a chance to leave with exciting prizes. Securing your spot is seamless at www.linkup.online/GCFoster. Link Up Online, where connections shape the future of events. Ever found yourself pondering the limitless possibilities of the future in physical education, sports, health, and wellness? Embark on an extraordinary journey at the GC Foster College Sports Heritage Symposium, Health Fair and Career Expo, a pioneering event meticulously curated by the esteemed GC Foster College of Physical Education and Sport. Set to unfold on January 24th and 25th, 2020. Ever found yourself pondering the limitless possibilities of the future in physical education, sports, health, and wellness? Embark on an extraordinary journey at the GC Foster College Sports Heritage Symposium, Health Fair and Career Expo, a pioneering event meticulously curated by the esteemed GC Foster College of Physical Education and Sport. Set to unfold on January 24th and 25th, 2024, amidst the enchanting GC Foster College campus in Angels, Spanish Town, St. Catherine. This hybrid symposium offers an immersive exploration of what lies ahead in these dynamic fields. Backed by the Tourism Enhancement Fund, your attendance not only ensures a remarkable experience but also fuels the growth of the tourism sector. For those unable to physically join, LinkUp Online extends a virtual gateway to the event. Brace yourself for captivating keynote speeches, insightful panel discussions, cutting-edge research presentations, and hands-on interactive workshops, all amplified by expo booths showcasing the latest innovations in healthcare services, career choices, and fitness activities. Don't miss the food zone with delectable choices, and attendees stand a chance to leave with exciting prizes. Securing your spot is seamless at www.linkup.online/GCFoster. LinkUp Online, where connections shape the future of events.
autonomic modulation, spontaneous baroflex, sensitivity, and fatigue in young men after COVID-19. These are new words for me, right? And he is a lecturer, a professor at the Southern Connecticut State University. And so he will take it away from here because we have time issues, all right?
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Are you hearing me clear? All right. So thanks for taking the time out to come to this lecture. This is simply a research project that I did maybe a year ago, all right? Where we had students having COVID-19, and we know that when they have COVID-19, a thing called the autonomic nervous system gets impaired, all right? So I kind of wanted to study to see, well, you know, after time, would this thing called the autonomic nervous system, would any impairment that was there, would it be resolved? So this is kind of what this study is about, all right? But what I'll do, I will start out and kind of reintroduce you guys to the autonomic nervous system briefly, and then get into the study. So just to kind of give you a little reminder about this system, and then I'll get into it, all right? Okay. So the title of the research project is Autonomic Modulation, Spontaneous Bioreflex Sensitivity, and Fatigue in Young Men After COVID-19. This study was done at Southern Connecticut State University, and this is our campus, all right? So this is the part where we're going to do a brief kind of reminder of what is the autonomic nervous system. So our nervous system is divided into two main branches. We have the autonomic nervous system and the somatic nervous system. The autonomic nervous system, though, is divided into subgroups. We have what we call the sympathetic branch of the autonomic nervous system, and we have the parasympathetic branch of the autonomic nervous system. Now, the somatic branch of your nervous system, what it does is it deals with conscious activities. Activities you're moving around, all right? The somatic nervous system deals with your muscles. So you think of, oh, I'm going to take up this computer. I'm going to do this. So the somatic branch of the nervous system deals with conscious activities, all right? The autonomic nervous system now, it deals with subconscious activities. So activities that are being performed in your bodies right now that you're not conscious of. Activities such as your breathing, your blood pressure regulation, your heartbeat. So the autonomic nervous system is really important. The sympathetic branch of the autonomic nervous system would be involved, like if you're doing exercise. Anytime you're stressed, or if you're upset, if you're angry, that is the branch of the nervous system that makes your heart start to beat faster and you start to sweat a little bit excessive. All right? So really important, guy, this sympathetic nervous system. Now, we want the sympathetic nervous system to be stimulated in situations where we are stressed, because it kind of helps us out. But if the sympathetic nervous system remains too active for a prolonged period, it can be detrimental to our health. So you're going to find that most people with cardiovascular conditions, they're going to have an overactive sympathetic nervous system. So if you're stressed, all right, and you know that stress is not good for your health, all right, stress represents an increase in sympathetic nervous activity. The sympathetic nervous activity came about because it wanted to get us out of stressful situation. So once you get stressed, the sympathetic nervous activity goes up. It wants to get you out of a stressful situation, but in many instances, it remains elevated. So everybody has experienced stress. So that means that your sympathetic is elevated, and prolonged elevation of the sympathetic nervous system translates into cardiovascular problem in many instances, all right? So that's the sympathetic branch right there, involved, when you're exercising and that sort of stuff. Now, the parasympathetic branch, on the other hand, it's the calming system in your body. So when you inhale and exhale and you feel relaxed, that's the parasympathetic nervous system. So if you were to get up right now and run down the road, the sympathetic would come about, its activity would increase, heart rate and everything, but when you're done running, you want your heart rate to go back down, right? So that would be the job of the parasympathetic nervous system. So those are the two branches of the nervous system for you, all right? Incidentally, too much of this guy, the sympathetic branch, will get you into trouble. We want our bodies to have higher parasympathetic nervous system activity. It relaxes you. And that's why yoga makes you feel so good. Every time you breathe and exhale and that sort of stuff, you're increasing the parasympathetic nervous activity from your autonomic nervous system. So remember, autonomic nervous system, excess sympathetic is not so good. High parasympathetic, that is good. You can increase your parasympathetic by exercising. Remember I said that the parasympathetic is the guy that slows down the heart rate. So if you were to be doing aerobic activities, all right, you're a long distance runner, what usually happens to the heart rate of long distance runner? The heart rate is usually what? Lower. Their heart rate is lower. And why? Because they have higher parasympathetic modulation. So just kind of think of it from this perspective. Excess sympathetic, not so good. High parasympathetic is good. Incidentally, as we age, we lose parasympathetic, and our sympathetic gets a little bit stronger, which is one of the reasons behind aging being associated with so many health problems, because we lose parasympathetic modulation. All right. Now, what we've noticed is that when somebody gets COVID-19, the sympathetic gets very high initially. The sympathetic gets very high, all right? So we don't want that. When people have long COVID, all right, they're seeing, they're kind of saying that the sympathetic would be high still, all right? Now, we're spoken about the sympathetic and the parasympathetic. What I want you to know, don't think of them as being guys that fighting against each other. They're guys that actually work together to make us live, all right? So for example, when you're exercising, we want the sympathetic to be high, because that's what's going to allow you to do your physical activity, all right? So, I'm going to start the actual research that I did, all right? So we know that COVID-19 came around. It claimed the lives of many people, and it continues to claim the lives of people even as I speak. Now, one of the things that we found out was that the autonomic nervous system got upregulated. The sympathetic branch got upregulated during the initial phases of COVID-19. That would allow, we said, it stimulates. Oh, okay. All right. So here now we're seeing the autonomic nervous system as being hypothesized to be associated with COVID-19. Here it is associated with a robust cytokine response. What does that mean? Well, it just means that there's a lot of inflammation that would come about. So remember, when people have COVID-19, they have a lot of coughing, sputum, and that sort of stuff. So they're saying that that came about because of the cytokine response as a result of the excess sympathetic nervous activity. What they're saying is that the parasympathetic in medicine, one mode of treating COVID-19 was they were saying, well, we should find some way of increasing parasympathetic nervous activity. There are ways of increasing it. But they were saying, well, to treat COVID-19, maybe we should start do research in finding how, increased parasympathetic would help. Because we know that increased parasympathetic nervous activity actually helps to prevent inflammation. Okay, all right. Now, we have this thing called baroreflex sensitivity. Baroreflex sensitivity. So our bodies have mechanisms to help us to fight excess elevation in our blood pressure. If you were to be stooping down and then you stand up quickly, sometimes you feel a little woozy, right? When you were stooping down, the blood pressure was at a certain level, and when you get up very quickly, guess what? Your blood pressure dropped. So what happens, we have this thing called a baroreflex. So what does this do? Well, that reflex, as soon as the blood pressure drops, the baroreceptors will pick up that the pressure is low, send it to the central nervous system, and the central nervous system will say, well, heart, beat a little faster because the blood pressure is low. Beat a little faster, blood vessels constrict, make the person's blood pressure go up. When the pressure goes up, we're going to have good cerebral blood flow. All right, we're going to have good blood flow to the brain. So when you stoop down and you get up, it's just that the brain is, for that brief moment, the brain is not getting enough blood, oxygen. So that's what causes it. So that time your reflex isn't working as optimally as it should. All right, does this mean anything is wrong with you? Not if it happens a one time or a two time or a three time, but if you have chronic condition where this keeps on happening, then that reflex is not very sharp. It's not very fast. So we want good, fast baroreflex sensitivity. All right? If you don't have good baroreflex sensitivity, that's a marker that you might be having cardiovascular problem later in life. I did a study a couple of years ago where we know that African American women in the United States, they usually develop more hypertension versus Caucasian women. Now, I was perplexed because I'm saying, well, in the colleges, when we check Caucasian women's blood pressure and we check the African American young women blood pressure, we're seeing that the pressure is normal. But after a couple of years, we noticed that, a lot of these African American women, their blood pressure starts to go up, whilst the Caucasian women, their blood pressure is just the same. So I did a study a couple of years ago because I wanted to find out. I was saying to myself, well, maybe when they go to the doctor and the doctor check their blood pressure and it's normal, maybe something else is going on that is going to lead to this high blood pressure in these younger African American women. So I did the study and I wanted to find out if this something could be the baroreflex sensitivity. And what I found out was that the young African American women, their reflex, this baroreflex that we're talking about, it was significantly slower than the Caucasian women. And hence, that kind of led us to the speculation that, well, maybe this is one of the things that is impaired in these African American women that predisposes them to hypertension in the not too distant future. All right, so this thing called baroreflex sensitivity is really important. All right, you lose baroreflex sensitivity before you get high blood pressure. So even if you have normal blood pressure now, and I were to check your baroreflex sensitivity, and it's impaired, that is telling me that your normal bodily response to elevated blood pressure is not working. Again, what is this baroreflex sensitivity thing? When you stoop down and you stand up, that's the reflex. So you don't want to be woozy too much because that means that your reflex is slower. All right? So here, I decided that I wanted to find out about, this baroreflex sensitivity, autonomic function in certain people. Now, studies have been done where they were examining these very parameters that we're speaking about, but they were looking at middle-aged individuals. But one group that they were not doing the research on was young men. Young, healthy men that were in college that had COVID-19. Nobody was doing research on them because they were saying, well, these are young, healthy boys, so, guys are men, so we're not too concerned about them. All right? But they should be. You know why? Because the age group that I looked at was the age group, the young people are the people that usually get COVID-19 more than the older people, because the younger people keep on moving around. The older people will stay in, but the younger ones will keep on moving. So that was a problem. They needed to find out about young men that had COVID-19 and were not hospitalized. All right? They had COVID. They are kind of okay, but they had a little fatigue. So we wanted to kind of, hone in on that little group to find out about them. Because in many instances, the very people who need more medical research to be done on them, those are the groups that people somehow don't do as much research on. All right? So I wanted to find out, all right? You remember we spoke about the fatigue? I said that usually when the people are getting, when they have COVID, they have a little fatigue. When they have long COVID, they have a little fatigue. Now, I wanted to find out, hey, you see this fatigue thing, would it be possible to say that if somebody has fatigue, then their autonomic or their baroreflex would not be working well? I was interested in answering that question. Why? Because to do autonomic research, it takes a tremendous amount of money and expertise. So I wanted to find out, could I, if somebody had COVID-19, could I just look at, and if they have fatigue, I said, well, there's an impairment in autonomic nervous system. So those were some of the things that I wanted to find out. So I set out to do this study, all right? So the primary aim of the study was to compare parasympathetic and sympathetic modulation and baroreflex sensitivity between young men who had COVID-19 versus control. Control were the guys that never had COVID, all right? The secondary aim was to determine whether fatigue was associated with impaired autonomic modulation and baroreflex sensitivity. All right, so that was my aim. These are my two main aims. So how did we go about it? Well, I recruited 44 men. All right, I recruited 44 men between the ages of 18 to 27. Now, I didn't look at doing the research in men that was 18 to 35, 18 to 40. You know why? Because there would be too much variation in the age, and that could mess up your result. So I wanted to keep it clean. I wanted to be specific. This is my population that I'll be working with, all right? Now, the 20 men, we had 20 of these men, they were placed in the COVID group, and 24 was placed in the control group. The inclusion criteria for the COVID-19 group, all right, one, they had to have a positive COVID-19 result at least 5 weeks prior to being tested, being asymptomatic except for fatigue, and never being hospitalized for COVID. So irrespective of the fact that they had COVID-19, I wanted to make sure that these criteria were met. Now, in terms of the COVID, the people that said, well, we did not have COVID-19. How do I know that you never had COVID-19? The only way of really knowing was to do a blood test and test for the antibodies. So we did so that was one of the criteria to put people in the control group, the group that said they never had COVID-19. All right. So we did the test for the antibodies. All right. But after a while, guess what started to happen? People started to get the vaccine. People started to get the vaccine. So what does that mean now? Well, if they're getting the vaccine, they're going to have the antibodies, right? So we had to modify our criteria a little bit and said, well, or have a negative COVID-19 diagnosis and no COVID symptoms since January 20. So we had to modify it a little bit. And that's the nature of research, right? Because we want to be as accurate as possible. All right, but most of the participants in the study, we did do the test for the COVID, for the antibody in their blood. All right. Okay, for time. All right. So when the research that we're doing had to get approval from the university, we have what we call an institutional review board. And to do research, that board you have to write down and tell them what you're going to be doing with the participants, and the board has to say, yes, we sanction this. In many instances, the board said, no, we're not going to sanction this piece of work because it might pose threats to the participants. So we had to submit our IRB, we got approval. But what happened, because it was in the middle of COVID-19, what was happening was that the university and the state of Connecticut decided they didn't want to do any COVID-19 tests, but if the research that you were doing was relevant enough, they would give you special permission, but you had to get special training. So we had to go in and put on the gown. We had strict protocol, how much air should be in the room, the fans had to be going. So we didn't want to get the people to give them COVID, and we didn't want to get anything from them. So we had to go on a special training. All right. So how did this test go? Well, upon arrival, the first thing that we did, we screened them to see if they had COVID-19. We're screening them. We don't really know. We use some of the more insignificant things like body temperature. We said, well, if they're coming in and their body temperature is too high, then we're not going to test them. We're not going to have anything to do with them because we don't want to put, ourselves at risk, and we don't want to have them in there and somebody else comes in the room and get ill. All right. The participants, we have what we call an informed consent form. The participants have to give us permission to work on them. All right. So we had to make sure that they understood exactly what they were getting into. All right. So we helped them, with the informed consent sign. If they decided that they wanted to do the study, then we would let them sign it, and then we are in business. All right. So what about this testing? So the participants were directed to sit in a quiet, comfortable temperature control room with no noise. We wanted to keep their autonomic nervous system as low as possible. If I touch one of you right now, your sympathetic goes high. So we wanted them to sit down to make sure that they're properly rested. So we had them rest. Then we take their blood pressure. Then we put on a piece of equipment called a NexFin onto them. All right. This piece of equipment, it measures the EKG. So we put on EKG leads. We put on a finger blood pressure cuff on their finger. Okay, they were asked to breathe at 12 breaths per minute. You know why? Because when you breathe, inhale and exhale, that affects your heart rate. So it affects your sympathetic or your parasympathetic nervous activity. So breathing, we call it respiratory sinus arrhythmia. So breathing actually affects your heart rate. So we wanted to make sure that all the people were breathing at 12 breaths per minute. So any amount of perturbation that his system would be having, breathing at 12, that other person would have the same 12 breaths perturbation. All right. We did an analysis called power spectral density analysis, and that gave us some values. All right. And these values now we use to determine sympathetic and parasympathetic nervous activity. So from now on, this thing called HFRR, that represents parasympathetic nervous activity, and this thing called LFSBP, that represents sympathetic nervous activity. The results. So this was, we just checked. This was the information on the participants. So here we saw their age, their height, and the systolic and diastolic blood pressure. When we compared the non-COVID group to the COVID group, we saw, like for age, the p-value was 0.41, meaning that there was no significant difference between the group. The groups were similar in terms of the age. So as we went along, we saw similarities. Now, this value, diastolic blood pressure, we're seeing that which group is this? The non-COVID group, all right, they actually had lower diastolic blood pressure versus the COVID group. So COVID people blood pressure was a little bit higher. When we talk about, have you ever heard a doctor say here 120 over 70? 120 is the systolic and the 70 is, we're running out of time? We're running out of time? Okay, all right. So let me just go to the results again. All right, so what we found was that, I'll finish. Oh, this is giving me a hard time. So what we found out was that there was no difference between the groups in terms of parasympathetic or sympathetic. There was no difference in terms of the baroreflex sensitivity. So in short, after 6 months, so somebody got COVID, 6 months after being diagnosed, we found no impairment in the baroreflex sensitivity or autonomic function. What does that mean? Well, it means that our findings indicated no difference in parasympathetic modulation or sympathetic modulation and baroreflex sensitivity related to cardiovascular function. These findings suggest preserved autonomic function and baroreflex sensitivity in young men who had COVID-19. All right? So in short, the finding was after 6 months, the sympathetic nervous system, parasympathetic nervous system, and baroreflex sensitivity was okay. But we know that they were impaired at the beginning of COVID-19, but after 6 months, everything worked out. All right? Thank you for your attention.
Thank you too, Dr. Lachman. And I'm glad to hear that we can heal. Yes, that is what I'm taking away from all of this conversation. All right? And we continue. Now we will have 2 teachers, 2 recent graduates, one who claims to be an enthusiastic track and field coach and a certified massage therapist, Mr. Karan Samon and Mr. Siobhan Parkinson. They will talk with you about the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on students' mental health, implications for sustainable support for PE students. Let us welcome them with a round of applause. Thank you very much. You're going to leave? Okay.
All right, so good afternoon again, everyone. All right, so we'll be presenting on the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic on college students, the mental impacts that it had on college students. All right, so who can remember the very first COVID-19 case that we would have had? If you think back in your mind, that day when we heard the news that Jamaica had received its first case, how everyone would have reacted. You remember all the utterance around, the gossip, all the rumors that were going around along with the facts, right? How we all reacted to it. Everyone in this room would have reacted in a different way towards it. Some persons were scared, some persons were contacting their families, stuff like that. Some persons were at school, some persons were at work, right? And we realized from that day how quickly the government started putting plans in place, whether the plans were seen as suitable enough or we thought they could have done more, right? And as a result of this, these decisions would have had an impact on just about everyone, right? Including college students, right? So what we are, let's work from this here. Yeah. All right, so what we are going to do today is to go in depth into our research that we would have done in 2021. No. All right, so yeah, Ms. Hunter said we can't go in depth. We won't go in depth. The research already went to an extent, so we will just touch the surface of how much we went in depth. All right? All right, so we're having some technical issues at the moment. Now, you want to take over? All right, so Mr. Parkinson will touch on this aspect of it.
All right, we apologize again for the technical difficulties. We're going to see if we can get it on our phone. All right, so due to the fact that the COVID-19 pandemic came when most of us were finishing up our degrees or most of us were just starting college, we know that we are so focused on getting everything done. We're so focused on getting our degrees and so on. So we wanted to find out if the COVID-19 have any effect on us mentally, seeing that we had to change in remote settings, work from home or do online classes and so on. So that would lead us into our purpose of the study, which was to investigate the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on students' mental health.
All right, now we can remember universities and colleges, high schools, every learning institution, they would have had to alter the way in which they would function, right? We remember all of that. They would immediately have to alter the way they would have to function. Now, the World Health Organization also started giving out reports that these daily functions would have caused a sudden change to lead to depression and stress in students. These stressors would have also placed local college students at a greater risk of developing mental health issues. All right? Ready? My turn. All right, so one way in which we realize that students, pardon me. All right, so this research will aid in assisting students faced with mental issues how to cope with the distresses. It will also help administrators to understand the issues among students and how to develop methods and how to help them to assess and mitigate these distresses. All right, we're going to do little review now.
All right, so we're going into some lit review, and seeing that this was a recent issue, we were amazed as to how many research we found that could support our cause. And the first one was a study done by Maddie in 2020 that stated that out of 1,392 students, 96% of those students were affected where they had to deal with trauma and loss of interest in classes because of the whole remote type of learning where they have to do online classes. So with all of that, it started to play on them mentally because some persons work better when they are around their peers. We can get help from them. We can have a little bit of confidence boost as to where we are all alone now in our remote area, and all we have in between our source of comfort is just a computer screen and just a microphone. So that caused them to go through a lot of trauma, which caused them to have issues learning because also of their unavailability of internet access and the availability of learning devices.
All right, so further literature would have showed that students would have displayed short tempers, anxiousness, and sleep issues. Female students would have also shown greater stress levels than the males, right? The females would have showed that they cope by studying, resting, and praying, while the males would work out and they would play video games. Now for this study, we took on a qualitative approach for an in-depth understanding of how this phenomenon would allow, understanding this phenomenon. This also would allow for the description of how students behaved and how they felt and what was their overall experience like during learning in the pandemic. We took on a population sample of 12 third-year students, 6 males, 6 females.
All right, so with that population size, these are the results that we got, and we classed them in 2 different categories. So the first category was the stressors, and these were mostly mental. So one of the first stressors that we recognized within the students was that they were traumatized. And one student quote that, "My feeling as a student was traumatizing and I was afraid of socializing with my peers." Seeing that it was so contagious and it was easily contracted by just being within the area of somebody that had COVID-19, they were so afraid of coming back out of that, and they didn't know if things were going to go back to normal. So they had to deal with that trauma, because if they contracted the disease, they would now have to be isolated even more because they don't want to feel, or they don't want to go around their family members or anybody else to give them that disease. The other stressor was to be perturbed, which means to have anxiety or uncertainty. And the challenges now that we found out was that the students were unencouraged and they were confused. Because of all of these mental issues and trying to cope with this, seeing that it was just so sudden, it's like they didn't know how to cope with it, and they were unencouraged because all of this happened so suddenly, and they're wondering if their grades are going to be affected. They wonder how socializing is going to be. So they were so unencouraged and confused. They didn't know how to think or what to think about. So because of this led to students' academic performances being affected. We had a few students that it didn't really affect them as much. A few of them said that their academic performances were still great, and then you have some of them saying it was unstable, and some of them saying it was fluctuating. So because of all of these stressors and challenges, they had to cope with this, and their academic performances saw the results of that.
All right, so Mr. Parkinson would have spoke about the academic performances, and we would have further looked at the focus level of these students when the pandemic began and up to the time of our research. Some students expressed that their focus level was different. Some said it was better, and some students expressed that their focus level was below par. One particular student expressed that their focus level was below par because they were more studious at the beginning or before the pandemic, and at the time of the pandemic, at the time of the research rather, they felt as if they weren't as studious as before because everything was too easily available online. Now we looked at also how students would have coped during learning in the pandemic. Some students coped by watching videos, some students prayed, some students listened to music. One student expressed that they would have put God first, adhered to the protocols, did individual researches as they thought they were behind in their classes, while also admitting that they would have did some amount of procrastinating. All right? We also got recommendations from students that they would offer onto the institution. Some students recommended that we put in place academic advisors at all grade levels, because at the moment, at the time of the research, there was only academic advisors for first years. So students thought it would be unique to have academic advisors at all grade levels to help students who are faced with challenges to monitor these stresses and challenges that they would undertake. Students expressed concern also about learning remotely as the financial challenges were evident across the country.
All right, so with all of the information that we found, we came to the conclusion that firstly, mental health shouldn't be overlooked within college, because even with the amount of workload that we have, when things happen suddenly, we don't know what is happening personally, what is happening around us, and we should ensure that mental health seminars or some form of thing is put in place to ensure that the mental health of students are on par, that we don't overlook it and that we don't just sweep it under the mat. We should always be on top of that, because the workload in college, it's a lot. And we know the stresses that we have to go through, the amount of late nights, the amount of energy drink that we have to drink just to get by, and not to mention the coursework. So we came to the conclusion that mental health should not be overlooked.
All right. So to the final point in concluding, the research also opened up to us that further studies can be done into seeing how things have progressed post-COVID-19 and mental issues in learning institutions. And also it opens up the door for further research into other aspects of not just how the COVID-19 affected learning institutions, but also different ways in which we can assist students to cope with learning with just about any form of stressful situation. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you too, guys. Let us give them a better round of applause, thanking these budding researchers. The findings are real. We have heard persons making these kinds of comments, and I noticed some members of the audience nodding when you were talking. And I also want to applaud your efficient use of time. All right? And so at this juncture, we are now going to invite the lecturer who is known for his coaching prowess, and I see a lot of things I really wanted to talk about. How his expertise as a fitness and conditioning coach was instrumental in the historic qualification of the Reggae Girls for the FIFA Women's World Cup in France in 2019. That's a big thing. Give him a round of applause. All right. I'm not saying the others did not have big things, but I just wanted to highlight that. And he's going to be talking with you about, well, he has this question. Does playing on artificial grass versus natural grass reduce ACL injury rates in field-based athletes? A systematic review. Let us welcome him. That is weak. That's a weak welcome.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Mr. Henry, and thanks for having me here. I don't mind the weak round of applause, because that's my job. As a strength coach, I can get you stronger. Okay, so as was stated earlier, I did a systematic review. That's what it's called out here, but I did my studies in the state. They call it a CAT manuscript, or a critically appraised topic. That's basically what it is. So I took on the responsibility of, coming up with this topic of artificial grass, what we call turf, and natural grass. The reason why I chose this topic is because of our poor surfaces in our sporting fraternity. We realize that, especially like football, maybe hockey, the quality of surface will give off quality result. And not only quality result, but it can also affect the injury or the injury rates. So I choose ACL specifically because, in my opinion, and as a strength coach, I have the ability to work on a lot of ACL athletes coming back from injury, especially in Jamaica on the female side. So I want to know if playing on grass or artificial turf, you don't have to do this, will affect our impact, the injury. So we went along and we start our research, and we gather approximately 10,500 research articles on that topic. And we wanted to narrow it down just to 6. So we had used the Prisma scale to try to narrow it down. And narrowing it down to this 6 articles that will answer that particular question. So those 6 articles must answer, does playing on artificial grass versus natural grass can reduce the rate of ACL injuries? So the elimination process is simply, some of the articles are updated. So maybe when we look at the 5-year article scaling, maybe 6,000 out of that does automatically come out. And then maybe a next 4 or 2,000 does come out because of they're just answering one aspect of the question. So starting the research at 10,500 article might sound a lot, but when you start to scale it down based on a different type of hurdles you might cross in each articles, then it's easy to come down. One of the main challenges I came across is that the mere fact that we don't do a lot of research here, it's just something that we have to live with. We do not do a lot of research here. So most of my topics, most of my research articles are geared towards like NFL, lacrosse, field hockey, all those US-based sport. Obviously, soccer was the only one that stand out right across the board because every country played that. So we actually moved towards that sport in particular. And we went along and we came right down to 6. Some of the findings was on equal sides, meaning none of them was saying that if you play on grass it will reduce, or if you play on artificial turf it will reduce. 4 of the 6 articles had the same finding. They were saying that ACL injury is equal across both surfaces. But 2 of the 6 had a very interesting point that maybe can lead to a next lit review or a next full-blown research. Those 2 were saying that the climate of which you participate in might affect the rate of ACL injury when you're playing on turf or artificial. So what they were saying is that if you play on artificial grass in the night or when the temperature is cooler, you will have less ACL injuries. So if you carry that to our sporting climate here, we have maybe 3 artificial turf that I know of, but none of those fields have lighting around it. So that in a nutshell tell you that the ACL injury rate will go up because you have to play in the days. And next article that we didn't put in because it didn't really answer, but it speaks to the torque force, meaning the amount of force that apply when you land can also contribute to ACL injury. And that one speaks of the natural grass. So in all these variables that can affect ACL injuries, we have to stick with the 4 that suggest that none of the surface can reduce ACL injuries. In relation to my study, what that says is that being a strength and conditioning coach, that's where the ability will come for you to help the athlete in reducing that injury rate. Because other supporting articles suggested that when you condition an athlete properly, you might save him or her from getting injury on any one of the surface. So it comes back down to what you want to obtain to prevent that athlete from getting injured. In our climate, in our environment, none of our playing surface is good. We have playable playing surface. But like Mr. Wesley that maybe travel the world in sports can testify that not even the national stadium is good enough. But it's playable. Yes, Mr. Linsford, yes. I see you go, Sure. Not even the national stadium is good enough to play a proper football game. So it begs the question to be asked and to be answered that what can we do to subsidize athletes not getting injured based on our playing surface quality that we have in our country. So further research we can do research on maybe nutrition, and that's our next research. Gender also is our next research that we can do to see how best we can eliminate or minimize the risk of ACL injury on whichever surface. On my side, I have to just find all the possible methods to help those athletes with their strength so they can weather the storm playing on our surface. So in conclusion, on our clinical implication is that none of the surface will reduce the injury rate. However, we can put mechanism in place to reduce that by other means. So good strength program, good nutrition program, good recovery program. And the implication, the clinical implication is that we can now try to do research on other topics that can also lead to ACL injury, such as females versus male. And there's a big topic going on now in the sports science research world where a lot of people now are trying to find out if female, when they're on their menstrual cycle, if that affects their performance, and if at the same time it opens them to be more injury prone while they're on their menstrual. So that's a big topic going on in the sports med fraternity now. So we'll continue to go along and see how best we can help all athletes from all gender. Thanks for having me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Henry. Give him another round of applause. He's international, you know. All right, Mr. Dinsford, you had
Most definitely, and again, it's a sad thing, but it's a reality. There's only one sport in Jamaica that takes strength and conditioning serious, and it's track and field. It's just a harsh reality.
Thank you again. And you notice that the research has shifted your perception, right? You had, when I heard you talk about two different types of, you know, I myself as a neophyte would think that once the field is not structured, is not marked, is not prepared for that kind of thing, I probably would injure myself. Thank you very much. All right, so now we are going to talk with Mr. Othniel Lamont, who we say is a physiotherapist. And I remember I told you that he has excellent singing qualities. Let us welcome him to the podium. All right? And he's going to talk to you about sports injuries among college athletes, incidents, types, and risk factors.
All right. Afternoon, everyone. It just worked and then it stopped working. That's fine. We'll have a talk. All right. All right then. Okay. So again, my name is Othniel. The purpose of the study was so that we're not distracted. So the purpose of the study was to investigate incidences, types, risk factors of sports injury among college students. Basically, we wanted to examine 4 areas. What are the prevalent types of injuries? What are the main risk factors? How does the level of support for sports program at college level affects athletes' care? And then fourthly, are the differences in the level of injury between sports and institutions? We all know that sports participation in Jamaica is extensive, right? When we watch sports news or the section on sports, there's lots to talk about each week. At the collegiate level, coming out of information from Intercol, there's 23 institutions across Jamaica at the collegiate level that participates in sports. And in a 2018 to 2019 report published by the NCAA, which is the national body within the states that govern sports, their record said that they had about 480,000 athletes that participates within the NCAA. The first thing I'd like to highlight is that though Intercol in a news article reported that there are 23 institutions, unfortunately there's no data that accurately represents what's the total number of athletes that are actually participating. Now, quickly, what are sports injuries? For example, the United States Department of Health and Human Services defined it as an adverse event that might sound weird, or it's associated with regular physical activities such as competitive sports participation. Another definition is that it's a pathological process that interrupts training or competition and may lead to athletes seeking medical attention. Know that that definition is quite important, because what is sports injury, right? Because sometimes it's very difficult. What the literature is saying, it's very difficult to define it. When does a sports injury occur? For example, let's give a scenario. We have a 100-meter runner that comes to the clinic reporting experiencing right hamstring pain over the last 2 weeks. When did the injury occur? That is the question that we all have, right? And so because a lot of it can be subjective initially, it can be very difficult to pinpoint when the injury occurred and how to define a sports injury, essentially. So there are lack of clear definitions of sports injuries have also made it difficult to report accurately the injury rates and make comparisons, right? While distinct definitions of sports injuries have been made, as it relates to having a holistic perspective, there has been a lack of direction as it relates to that. There's no consistent or standardized definition of a sports injury, and several injury definitions have been presented, ranging from time loss. So for example, the data might say, hamstring injuries, and they report it as the amount of time lost out of competition, or they might define it as, what's another? They potentially could use time loss in terms of days missing from competition. So the definition as to how we present the data varies. And so what that might pose is, how do you then compare the data? Because if someone reports it in time lost from competition and someone else reports it in time lost in hours, it can be very difficult to then make those two data sets compatible. Now, the costs associated with sports injuries, let's just quickly, I'm going to take 3 of them. Sports injuries have been reported to cost the Australian people about $2 billion, right, in their healthcare system. North America, this is about $1.58 billion as it relates to sports injury care. The problem is, within developed countries such as ours, there is little to no data as it relates to what is it really costing us to care for our athletes. Without that data, we can't make policies to improve what we're doing, right? Types of sports injuries, they can be acute, meaning anything that has happened. Sometimes we'd say 3 weeks. Persons might say anything that happens up to between 3 months and right now is acute. And then chronic is anything beyond 3 weeks, depending on who you talk to. Might be anything beyond 3 months, something that persists, right? Long after. An injury can be chronic even if it has gotten better, right? So the athlete, ligaments, muscle should have recovered, has healed. However, the injury, because they continue to experience maybe difficulty in terms of performing a function or having pain, it is considered now to be a chronic injury. All right. So as it relates to the literature, I'm just going to skip forward. We found that sprains and strains, a sprain is stuff that happened to your tendons and your ligaments, and then a strain is stuff that happened to your muscles, right? And it is found that about 29.4% are sprains, and about 23.9%. So they're almost fairly equal. However, as it relates to the body part that is most injured, it's the lower extremities, and then that is followed by the upper extremities. So the lower extremities about 42%, and then upper extremities about 25%. And then we have the spine. So we're talking about the back and the neck is about 15.5%. Now, the methodology, this was a cross-sectional study, qualitative data. So we use a questionnaire. It's random and purposeful, and we targeted 4 institutions. Just skipping forward. So there were 2 of the respondents were sports and athletic directors. One was a sports coordinator and one was a physiotherapist. There were 2 universities, 1 teachers college, 1 community college. All right, so as it relates to the number of institutions, it's a very small sample pool, but from the 4, we found that only 1 institution of the 4 was actually doing pre-screening, right? Which, my colleague before spoke about strength and conditioning. And how do you determine what is necessary for the season? How are you going to set your program, right? If you know nothing about where the athletes' benchmark are, doesn't matter what happened last season, it's a new season. And so having that clear picture of where the athletes is before the start of the season will help them to prevent, for example, ACLs that we spoke about earlier. Another thing we found was that they report that 50% of the schools report that basically half said that muscle tears were the most prevalent among their athletes, and then the next half said that sprains. And remember we said earlier, the data supports that. They're about even with each other. Now, the highest rate in terms of injuries, all four institutions said that track and field was the sport that had the highest rate. And then we had a split. The other half said football was the sport that had the highest amount of injuries. And football has done quite a lot of work in developing conditioning work for all age groups that athletes can do before actually hitting the field. And those things have been found to reduce injury rates by as high as 80%. So technically, footballers should not have certain injuries because there is sufficient evidence and preset exercises that have been tested and tried and proven by thousands of researchers that work to prevent injuries. For sports played by both genders, males had the highest incidence of injuries that was found in the study. And then as it relates to the extent sports programs were affected by injuries, 3 of the respondents responded that their programs were moderately affected, and 1 said slightly affected. Now, risk factors. When we talk about risk factors for sports injuries, the presenter before alluded to it. So risk factors can be something external or something internal. Now, an external risk factor, we spoke about the grass earlier and the artificial turf, right? Those would be external risk factors because those things are external to us. An internal risk factor would be, for example, my gender. I'm a male and the other person might be a female. However, risk factors can also be broken down into 2 categories, into another 2 category subset. You can have modifiable and non-modifiable risk factors. Now, an external or an internal risk factor could fall into either of the categories. So what do we mean? So let's take something as, I'm going to see, hopefully I can remember what could be modifiable, and I'm just trying to remember. So let's take, for example, my age. My age is an internal risk factor, and it's also a non-modifiable risk factor, right? And the plane surface, though it is an external risk factor, it is a modifiable risk factor, right? And so we looked at a number of risk factors. We looked at gender, physical fitness, previous injuries, nutrition, the environment, sports equipment, protective equipment, funding, and technical error. And when we talk about technical error, we're talking about the coach's practices, right? And what the data found was that physical fitness was rated to be the highest risk factor. And again, before our strength and conditioning experts spoke about that without, it's almost like the base of everything. If you're not physically fit to get into the season, it is almost impossible for you to do anything that you have dreamed of, right? And you might set personal bests, you might set records, but the potential or the probability still exists that you could have done far better in the season if you were fitter, right? Another risk factor that was found is that previous injuries. One of the challenges we face, even though we have done extremely well on a global scale, let's think about it for a minute. 3,000 athletes, 3,000 to 6,000, goes to the boys and girls champs. Of that number, only 10% will make it to the collegiate stage. And then of that number, only 10% will become world-class athletes. the data is quite set on how people progress. However, many people are excluded because they carry injuries that have been never rehabilitated. So it is very important that the process is not rushed. Each athlete is different. The timetable might be set. So an ACL repair should take us 6 months, but it takes us 9 months. And it might take another athlete 12 months, right? And another athlete 4 months, right? So the process has to be followed because the athlete is an individual and markers are only set. And I can say, let's stick to the timing. By week 1, that knee needs to be straight. And you might be hollering and bawling, but I need to get that knee straight because without a straight knee, it is almost impossible to go back to sporting activity, right? We also found that the environment potentially is a big risk factor. What we mean, if an athlete trains at 5 o'clock in the morning and you recognize that all of a sudden the temperature has changed, the coaching staff would have to be cognizant that yesterday it was 26 degrees. Today, all of a sudden, we're at 20 degrees. Being Caribbean people, a little breeze will feel chilly, which means that our muscle, so if the warm-up before in the 26 degree was 5 minutes, it now needs to be logically, or the right thing to would have done is to extend the warm-up period for that particular morning in order to, it's almost like a mitigating factor. You're just trying to mitigate. You can't control the atmosphere, but you can control the program, right? Another big risk factor, actually by the 4 respondents, was technical error, right? Which simply means that continuous education is necessary for all persons who manage athletes. I think I'm just going to go to the conclusions. So the conclusions are the 2 most prevalent types of injuries were sprain and strains. Major risk factors identified were physical fitness, previous injuries, environmental factors, playing surface, a big thing. In Jamaica, every sport complains about the playing surface. A bad playing surface equals more injuries. Coaching practices or training programs. 75% of the respondents indicated that funding was a very high risk factor across sports, and 25% saw it as an extremely high risk factor. What we have to understand is poor funding affects everything else. Without funding, everything else suffers. Can't do the rehab, can't upgrade the playing surface, can't go to seminars to upgrade your knowledge skills. So funding is almost the linchpin as to how we can drastically improve many things. And then furthermore, 2 institutions responded that funding had the greatest influence on their nutrition and nutrition as a risk factor, while the others indicated that it had an impact on all the risk factors. Limitations of the study: time, number of institutions involved. We used a questionnaire which is susceptible to non-response bias. Recommendations: creating a uniform screening tool and system for institutions to utilize in monitoring and managing athletes, increasing the quantity and quality of discussions and educational sessions about sports injuries and how to avoid and manage them, increasing sports collaboration, assisting sports events and programs at national and local levels, creating and implementing a national sports medicine policy, as well as creating medical director positions at local institutions and having regional and national medical directors within education, establishing an athlete registry, and developing sports and exercise medicine centers nationally. Thank you.
Mr. Lamont, did you do a Papa San commentary a while ago? I mean, you were going a mile a minute. You did very well, thank you. What I liked about your presentation, I like something from every presentation. But this one, it has this realness to it as well. I noticed like I could relate even though I've never been injured like that, but I can understand working at this institution and I see students walking around, and I'm a fan of athletics. So I hear about all of these things. So you have a question, Ms. Wilson?
So when we talk about technical error, it might not be an intentional error. So let's just start right there. It's not an intentional error. Certainly the coach knows what he or she is doing, but potentially what we have, when we talk about technical error, we have to take into account that in a large institution, if you have 200 athletes, a program is not written for each athlete. A program is written for all 200. However, each athlete is an individual. Therefore, a program is given, and if an athlete were to get injured because of the program, it is still considered as a technical error because, one, we are all cognizant that the program is not really specific for the athlete. However, the aim is each athlete, and this is where a pre-screening comes involved. A pre-screening will then allow you to say, okay, you have very weak back muscles. So if we're gonna do clinch power lifts, or we're doing clinch and snatch, and you're doing 400 pounds, and then expect to finish the season without a back injury, it's almost impossible, right? Those are just, so a technical error then occurs because this person snatches and then, right after the first lift, right? But potentially that was already known that you don't have the capacity to lift that kind of weight, right? No, ask me off here. It's not the coach's responsibility. It's really the different institutions would have to expand the team, because that cannot be the responsibility of the coach to condition 200 athletes.
What about talking with Mr. Lamont afterwards? We want to wrap up here quickly so that you can join the closing element. But we have never asked somebody to speak or to do something and we don't show some amount of appreciation. And we're going to do this right now quickly. So I've asked this young lady that I see here, Miss Bogle, and she told me her first name, but I have a issue. So she's accepting. She's a teacher in training, so being called by her surname is okay. And she's going to give, and we decided we're going to give the baskets to our budding researchers, these new persons who have just entered the field of teaching. So we'll call Mr. Salmon first and give him one of the baskets. I did not choose any particular one. Just make the presentation. He gets it from a beautiful young lady, right, who will join him in the profession sooner than later. All right. No speech? No, we're not making a speech. All right. Then we'll ask Mr. Parkinson to come, and she's going to also do the same. Thank you very much, Mr. Parkinson. And you will continue researching. Wait. We have a small token from Mr. Lamont. I don't know where I'm walking up and down to. Give him the black bag. That's just make it as a presentation. Thank you very much. And of course, Mr. Jason Henry. Mr. Henry will get that beautiful bag. Yes, you turn it, you notice? Okay. Branded. Thank you very much, Ms. Bogle, for assisting me. And of course, let me all give yourselves a round of applause for staying the course. Yes, some persons left, but you stayed. And now you're going to go outside and join the closing activity.
Mentioned that he wanted $2 million to repair the school's swimming pool.
All right, come along, let me see. Sir, you are from?
Manchester. I'm from Church Jesus College in Manchester. I think it's the Chevron, and it's 46 million Jamaican dollars.
Alright, so my name is Jamira Scott again, and I believe it's 400,000 US, and it's for the track. It's for the fixing of the track.
You see how gracious our students are. We take care of, all right, so you have won something, so you will meet me in the foyer for your gifts. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming today. We have another exciting day tomorrow. We have over 20 schools visiting, and we have over 25 exhibitors. You would see the activities in the parking lot, because our parking lot will be taken over tomorrow by our health and wellness fair. So we'll have a short session tomorrow morning, and then we will enjoy our outside broadcast tomorrow. Let me take the time to thank our sponsor, our platinum sponsor, Tourism Enhancement Fund. Thank you very much. Round of applause. Tourism Enhancement Fund. Thank you very much. Our two associate sponsors, Tip Friendly Society and JTA Cooperative Credit Union. Other sponsors, you can listen while you go. Other sponsors, Church Teachers College, Tread Labs, First Heritage Cooperative Credit Union, et al. So thank you so much for coming, and we hope to see you tomorrow. Thank you very much.